Nathan Unleashed by Susan Katie Allred. Compiled by Casey Allred using 11 Labs AI Voices. Copyright 2021 by Susan Katie Allred. All the characters in this book are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, without the prior permission in writing of the publisher, nor to be otherwise circulated in any form, binding, or cover other than that in which it is published without a similar condition, including this condition, being imposed on the subsequent purchaser, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. This book is for Ashley. Some fans are better than others, and Ashley has been so incredibly helpful with her input on how to improve this series and how to make the characters stronger. When I say my readers are important to me, I mean it. Thank you, Ashley, for your emails, support, and feedback. You make writing worth all the hard work. Chapter 1. Life After Death. Aleasha. I lie on my bed with the blinds drawn and the lights off, except for a single task light the nurses use to take my vitals. The television hangs on the wall, dead. I ignore the bouquets of flowers and plants littered around my hospital room, interspersed with foil balloons, potted plants, and cards from concerned friends, teachers, and agency members. Instead, I sit against the reclined mattress with a glass of ice water in my hand, staring at a chip in the stark white paint on the far corner of the room. The phone rings for the 12th time this morning, just like it has every morning for the past several days. I don't answer it. I just let it ring, ring, ring. A nurse pokes her head in. Betty, she's my favorite. Her graying hair, Disney-themed scrubs, and perpetual smile make the hospital bearable. Barely. I'm here to take your numbers. You okay with that? She asks. I nod. She saunters in and removes the stethoscope from her neck and places it on my chest while examining the machine next to me. You look and sound good. Everything seems back to normal. And look, you're down to 1 IV. She walks to her computer and types in a few notes and waits for the blood pressure cuff to squeeze the blood out of my arm, then types some more. I spoke to the doctor, and he said you can go home tomorrow. I say nothing. Honey? Still nothing. Betty sits on the bed next to me and smooths a couple of wrinkles on my blanket. I know it's none of my business, but are you going to be okay when you leave here? If you aren't, you can tell me. I'll make sure you go someplace safe. My gaze darts to her warm brown eyes. Her face is scrunched with concern, and her weathered hands fidget with an invisible thread next to my leg. But I feel as if I'm detached, looking at her from the eyes of someone else. When I don't answer, she says, "Do you have someplace to go?" She casts her eyes around the room. Surely with all these flowers, there's someone who will take you in. For the first time since I returned to consciousness, my eyes focus on the gifts, and a tear trails down my cheek. Betty reaches up and wipes it away. Oh, honey, don't cry. Things will be better. I promise. I attempt a smile. I'll be fine. I just need to get my feet under me, that's all, I say, noting the soreness in my throat. Her lips twitch into a smile. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be here all night, okay? Thanks. She stands and turns to go, looking back at me one more time before exiting the room. A few minutes later, there's a knock at the door. Aleasha? Drew takes a step inside and peers around the curtain. He looks like a bus has hit him. He has 2 black eyes, one of them still swollen, making it hard to see the green. He has stitches along his jaw, and it looks like his nose is broken. Bandages peek out from underneath his button-up shirt, along his neck. Bruises cover his hands in places not covered by bandages. Can I come in? He asks. No, you cannot come in, I yell, throwing the glass of water at him with precision, hitting the arm he brought up to protect his face. The cup bounces onto the ground with a splash. He doesn't move, except to lower his arm, letting the rivulets of water drip down his face and soak his shirt and pants. I deserved that, he murmurs, looking away. Yes, you did. Now get out. If I hadn't heard him confess that he'd not only kept the existence of my little brother from me, but that he'd been with him the entire 6 months he'd been away from me, I'd be overjoyed to see him. I'm wearing his promise ring for Pete's sake. But he lied to me. He deceived me. And he kept my only living relative from me. All to make the agency happy. Speaking of promise rings, I yank it off my hand and chuck it at Drew, too. It hits him in the chest and hits the ground with a tinkle. Betty sticks her head into the room. Is everything okay? She looks at Drew, then to the water and cup on the floor, then to me. I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Drew's eyes jerk up. But, no buts. We cannot agitate Aleasha like this, and we have other patients on this floor. You're going to have to leave. Drew nods to Betty and wipes the water from his face. He picks up the promise ring and says to Betty, "Sorry about the mess." He pauses and turns back to me. "I'm sorry, Aleasha." "Get out," I bellow, wiping tears from my face and turning away from him. "This way, sir." Betty grabs his elbow. Then the door closes with a click. Betty returns with a mop and wipes up the water. As she's cleaning, she says, "I told him not to come back, and that he was not welcome here." Thank you. The tension in my muscles melts away, and so does my resolve. Tears flow down my cheeks, forming a miniature creek of salty water. My head pounds to the beat of my sobs. How had I been so wrong about Drew? Betty leaves again without another word. A few minutes later, there's another knock. I wipe my cheeks and flop onto my back, cursing the IV line I'm tangled in. "Hello?" a deep voice says, followed by a head poking around the curtain. It's his eyes that grab me. Eyes seem to be the first thing I notice. And this guy's are as green as the tropical oceans I've seen online. I pull my blanket up a little higher, painfully aware of my hospital gown and my tear-stained face that's probably splotchy and puffy. Using my hand without an IV, I smooth down my hair. How long has it been since I've brushed my hair? Hello, I say. The guy steps around the curtain and shoves a teddy bear at me. "I got you this. I wasn't sure what to get. They'd said you already had plenty of flowers, so this was the only other option in the gift shop. Hope you don't mind." He shifts his weight from one leg to the other, so I take the bear from him. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He runs a hand through his straight blonde hair. "The name's Ben. I was one of the paramedics who worked on you." My eyebrows shoot up and my mouth forms an O. "Ben. Yeah. It's very nice to meet you. Please, have a seat." I motion to the blue recliner next to my bed. "Thank you for what you did. They say I wasn't an easy patient to work on." He smiles, flashing a dimple on his left cheek. "You gave us a couple of scares, actually. I had to zap your heart a couple of times, but I'm stubborn. I wouldn't give up on you." My heart warms a couple of degrees, and I smile for the first time since I've regained consciousness. "I'm glad you were there." "It's what I do." He stares at me for a few moments, letting the silence hang between us. I fidget with my blanket, painfully aware that I can't remember the last time I've showered, and that I don't have a bra on. Now that I think about it, if he had to zap my heart, he probably had more than an eye full of me at the barn. The heat starts at my cheeks and burns a trail down to my toes. He's seen me naked from the waist up. Talk about mortifying. "So." He clears his throat and glances around the room again. "It looks like you've got lots of friends. I've never seen a room this full of flowers before." I take in the bright hues and breathe in the scent of lilies and roses. Nearly every flat surface is covered, and balloons fill the corners of the ceiling. "Crazy, huh?" I say. "I guess if you get your name in the paper, everyone sends you something." "You'd better be careful, though," Ben says, a glint in his eye. "Strange men might show up unexpectedly." My mouth pops open for a second, Then the realization dawns that he's joking about himself. Somehow I laugh. A little too loud, and a little too long. But boy, does it feel good. A grin gradually washes over his face. I'm not your average, everyday weirdo, though. You have a life debt to me. A what? Life debt. You know, I save your life. You are indebted to me until you die or save my life, too. Everyone knows that. I didn't. Well, now you know. He leans back into the chair, crossing his long legs out in front of him at the ankle. And what exactly is my job description now that I'm indebted to you? I say, cocking an eyebrow. He rubs his chin as if lost in thought. In Shrek, Puss became his sidekick, and they say that's how Chewbacca became Han Solo's partner too. I cock my head and narrow my eyes. Are you asking me to be your sidekick? Or is he flirting with me? No. That would be weird, he says. Besides, I don't think they'll let you ride in the ambulance with me. He shrugs as if he's apologizing. How about you let me come visit you again? Wait. What? I cross my arms over my chest and lean back against the hospital bed. You want to come visit me? Sure, why not? You're staying at a hospital. I bring people to hospitals. Sounds like the perfect setup. I'll even let you serve me hospital food for dinner. Delicious. I press my lips together to keep from giggling. Sorry, no can do. They're releasing me in the morning. Ben rubs his chin again. How about I visit you at home? I tense. Is he another creeper? He waves his hand through the air as if he doesn't notice my reaction. Scratch that. That might be weird. How about we meet for ice cream? Ice cream? Like a date? I ask, sinking deeper into my bed. No. Think of it more like two friends hanging out. We meet, we eat, we go our separate ways, he says. Deal? Deal. But no funny stuff. I just got out of a relationship and I'm in no hurry to get back in one. That makes two of us. I just got out of a 2-year thing and moved to Walla Walla to start over. I've only been here a couple of weeks, so I'm looking for people to hang out with. My schedule makes that hard sometimes. I feel you on the work thing. Between work and school and sports, I barely have time to breathe. Ben leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees and folding his hands. What year are you in college? A sophomore? Junior? I bite my lip to keep from laughing. No. I'm a senior in high school. How old are you? Ben's mouth drops open. A senior in high school? What are you, like 12 or something? No, I turn 18 next month, thank you very much. Geez, you're still wet behind the ears. He reaches over to touch my ear and I bat his hand away. No touchy. He pulls away and laughs. Just a tadpole. And how old are you? 30? I ask, raising a brow. Ben's mouth pops open, and he looks as if he's going to cry. No, I'm 20. I did the running start thing where you do high school and college at the same time. Then I got my bachelor's in a 1.5 years, working through the summers. This is my first job as a paramedic. Ooh, one of those kinds of guys, I say. What kind of guys is that? You know, an overachiever, working hard to make everyone else look bad. Hey now, I heard from a reliable source that you're pretty accomplished too. My eyebrows dart upward, and another warning bell goes off. Am I just being paranoid? Or should I listen to the alarms? You've been asking about me? A tinge of red colors his cheeks. Possibly. But more because I was worried about you. And you just said you work, do school, and sports. Sounds like classic overachieverism if I've ever seen it. My cheeks ache from grinning, but I can't seem to stop. Good excuse, but not good enough. I know you were stalking me. I did nothing of the sort. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I shake my head. Why do I always attract the stalkers? Always? Has someone stalked you before? I wave my hand in the air. Never mind, it's a long story. Ben sobers and leans closer to me. I've got time. No, you don't. I shake my head. So, ice cream? Sounds like fun. When and where? I'm free tomorrow night after 7 p.m. or Saturday around lunch. Which works for you? I tap my finger on my bottom lip. I don't know. I'm awfully busy. 1 o'clock, wallow in self-pity. 4 o'clock, stare into the abyss. 5 o'clock, solve world hunger. Tell no one. I throw my hands into the air. I'm booked. Ben bites his lower lip, holding in a laugh. Okay, little Miss Grinch. Then let's shoot for noon on Saturday. I hold out my fist. You got it. I guess we can be friends now. He bumps my knuckles and then stands, running his hands down his black t-shirt, momentarily stretching it over his taut abs. Well, I've got to go. I've got a shift in a few minutes. He turns to go but stops and looks at me with a twinkle in his eye. I think this sidekick indebtedness thing might be good for us. I grab my tissue box off the side table and chuck it at him. Get out of here before I call the nurse. He chuckles and closes the door behind him, leaving me on my bed with a giant grin. What just happened?
Chapter 2. Killing Time. Nathan. I drive through the overgrown path, cringing each time a branch whips and scratches the outside of Drew's car. I almost feel sorry for Drew. He loves this car. He'd be curled in the fetal position if he knew what I was doing to his paint job. Then I think about Aleasha, how he lied to me about her death and kept her from me. I yank the steering wheel to the side, taking care to hit an extra thick branch. It scrapes against the doors, making the hairs on the back of my head stand on end. He's lucky the paint job is the only thing I'm ruining on his Audi. My pace is treacherously slow. I jostle back and forth from the deep divots in the dirt road, threatening to high center. Several times I hold my breath, cringe, and gun the engine, hoping my momentum will offset any friction on the underside. Finally, I see the cabin, the safe house that nobody from the agency will know about except Drew. It's the one place on this earth that will keep me safe until Drew tries to collect me. But this time I'll be waiting for him. And I'm ready to put up one hell of a fight. The family cabin is nestled in a backdrop of dense pine, aspens, and overgrown vegetation reaching and stretching like octopus tentacles in all directions. Beyond the cabin, sunlight glistens off a pond filled with lily pads and algae. Not much good for swimming, but still cool to look at. I slow to a stop, then cut the engine. As I walk to the front door, I take a deep breath. The first real breath I've taken since Simon entered my life months ago. This air is earthy and damp, as if it just rained, with a hint of pine from the trees casting long shadows over my path. A gentle breeze tickles my hair and lessens the intensity of the 90-degree air. Birds sing to one another in the distance. I stand at the door for a moment. What did Dad say? I mutter to myself. To get in, I need to rest my hand on the doorknob and the house will do the rest? Is that right? Or was I not supposed to touch the doorknob? I scrub a hand down my face. It's been so long since we were here last. I was, what? 5? 6? How did Dad expect me to remember something he told me only once? I blow out a gust of air. Crap. If this house is booby-trapped and I touch the wrong thing, I'm screwed. Do I touch it? Do I not? Do I touch it? Do I not? I close my eyes, lean away from the house, and reach my hand out to rest on the doorknob. Something red filters through my eyelids. I open them. Dozens of red lasers scan my face, followed by blue ones. State your name, the computerized female voice says. Nathan Summers? State the password. Black licorice? I say, remembering the family code word. Incorrect. You have one more chance before you are locked out of the system and the security protocol is enacted. My stomach drops to my ankles, and despite the sweltering heat, goosebumps form on my arms. Please state the password, the cabin says again. In front of me, a holographic number 15 appears on the front of the door. It ticks downward, second by second. I let out a puff of breath and rubbed my sweaty palms on my jeans. What else would be used for a password? When the number gets to 3, I throw a Hail Mary and say the only code word I can think of. Stalingrad? That is correct. 3 beeps sound from somewhere inside the building, followed by what sounds like 5 bolts unlatching before the doorknob twists and the door opens. My shoulders sag, and I nearly collapse. I hope I never find out what would have happened if the answer was wrong. I step through the threshold. In the doorframe, there are 5 steel rods, like the ones you see in a gun safe or bank vault. The lights inside turn on automatically, gleaming off the polished wood floors covered in various throw rugs, anchored by 2 deep brown leather sofas and a rustic coffee table. The couches face a giant rock fireplace, with a gas insert already warming the room with its artificial flames. A gourmet kitchen sits to the side with granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. There's a closed laptop on top of the island, and what appears to be a post-it note. I walk to the computer. The note says, "For your eyes only." It's written in Drew's handwriting. I stare at the laptop for several minutes. He's been here since he met me. He knows I'll come here. My dad said to trust him. Drew also kept Aleasha from me. Did Dad know we'd be separated? How can I trust anything Drew tells me? I open the laptop. Please hold still while we verify your identity. It's the same female computer-generated voice as the one at the front door. A series of blue lights shoot from the webcam, scan my face, rest on my right eye, then twist in a circle several times before moving to the left eye and doing the same. Password, please. Stalingrad? Password accepted. The computer screen illuminates, and there is an icon in the center labeled Nathan's Instructions. I click on the icon, and a video opens with my father's face on it. I flinch. I was not expecting that on the screen. It's an old video, maybe 5 years ago, because he had a goatee back then. When he died, he hadn't had facial hair for years. Dad? Video Dad smiles. Hello, Nathan. I touch the screen with my fingers, wishing he were real, but his face is unaffected by me. If you are watching this video, several things have happened. First off, I am dead. He pauses, his brows scrunching downward and his smile disappearing. I'm so sorry, son. I never wanted things to happen this way. I wanted to be the one to tell you in person who I was and what I was doing. I hope that one day you'll forgive me for my secrecy. I do, I say to the screen. Second, you must have been found by Simon, or the agency was compromised. I handpicked Drew for you because he is the most loyal and trustworthy person I know. So much so that I've entrusted my most prized possessions, my children, to him should I die. Drew is the only person in the agency I trust. He has earned my esteem because he ran the gauntlet, and he has proven himself a dozen times over, if not a million. Do what he says, and you will come out on top. I stop the video and stare at Dad's face. His mouth is open, about to say something. Chills run up and down my arms. It's like looking at a ghost. Was mine and Aleasha's separation intentional? Or was that a decision made by someone at the agency? How much did Drew have to do with it? Is he really as honest as Dad seemed to think he is? I let out a deep breath and press my eyes closed, shoving the heels of my hands into my eyes. Gah! I reach over and start the video again, hoping to get more clues. Third, and most importantly, if you're watching this video, that means Drew is unable to protect you at this time. This could be for several reasons. Either he's on another mission that is more pressing, he's been taken, or he feels as if he cannot protect you while he's fighting off whatever evil is lurking in the shadows. Regardless, you are here, and chances are, nobody knows how long you will be stuck here by yourself until he comes for you. More chills. Oh yeah. He'll be coming for me, all right. The real question is, can I trust him when he shows up on my doorstep? Or should I be prepared for battle? The seriousness of the situation settles on me like 100-pound weight on my chest. I find a bar stool and sit down, propping my elbows on the counter. It is easier to prepare for a long haul, Dad says, cutting into my thoughts. So, I am here to help keep you company, in my own way. He smiles at the camera. I've made hundreds of videos spanning over more than a decade, just in case, so that you wouldn't be alone. If nothing else, you can laugh at how my clothing and hair have changed over the years. Dad winks. I grin at the computer. Dad's face sobers. Okay, let's cut to the chase. First off, you'll find several folders and links on this computer. One is a folder of my videos. Each has a different topic. I even did a video on the birds and the bees in case you want to torture yourself. He wags his brows. Oh! There is another folder for schoolwork. Yes, I do expect you to keep up with your schooling. In fact, I want you to work ahead and graduate early if you can, so you can concentrate on other things of greater importance. But you must finish high school. Dad points at me. I expect you to get a degree in college, too. I expect nothing less of my children. Dad stares at me, giving me his dad face through the screen. Even dead, he has a way of making me feel as if he'll climb out of his grave and find me if I don't finish college. You will also find online courses for just about anything you can imagine. Martial arts, self-defense, cooking, public speaking, lots of military-related stuff, sports, training for weights, etc. Poke around and see what you can find. I tried to make sure there was plenty of variety, and enough to keep you busy indefinitely. There is encrypted access to the internet, but just about anything can be hacked. So limit your time online to what is essential, Dad says. Someone walks into Dad's office out of the picture. He turns his head, murmuring something to them. He looks back at the camera and adjusts it. I have a couple more minutes, so I need to hurry. Food. You have everything you need to feed yourself and half of Manhattan for a solid year. You'll find stairs to a basement and a cellar area that has everything you need. Clothes in about 15 different sizes are in the walk-in closet in your bedroom. They aren't stylish, but they'll fit, and you aren't expecting visitors, so you'll have to make do. Dad points his finger into the air. Oh, and one more thing. I know you are a big reader, so I made sure the cabin was well equipped. The trick is to find the library. It's hidden. He grins. I have faith in your tenacity and your skills at finding things that weren't meant to be found. I love you, son. Never forget that. If I'm not there with you, then I am in heaven watching over you and cheering you on, making sure all angels are on hand to protect you. You are my world. I hope one day you will see how much I mean that. Another knock sounds in the video and Dad nods at someone off screen. I've got to go. Love you. The screen goes blank. I wipe the moisture from my cheeks and stare at my hands, then the blank screen. I hadn't felt the tears fall. I replay the video a second time to hear his voice. This time, poking around the kitchen while his instructions fill the room, giving me comfort. The fridge is empty, obviously, but the freezer is chock full of freezer meals and frozen fruits and veggies. I chuckle. Does he actually expect me to eat the veggies? The cupboards are stocked to capacity with top ramen, mac and cheese, spaghetti sauce and noodles, Alfredo sauce, and staples like flour, sugar, canned milk, dehydrated eggs, and such. Yep, he thought of everything. Almost. I hope he has lots of cooking shows in that video arsenal of his. Otherwise, I'll rot my teeth from eating straight sugar. When the video ends a second time, I close the laptop, then rub my hands together. Okay, Dad. A grin slowly washes over my face as I remember his comment about the hidden library. You want to play? I'll bite. May the best man win. I head toward the stairs in search of trapdoors and hidden rooms.
Chapter 3. Hide and Seek. Aleasha. Manny and Rachel are there to pick me up when it's time to leave the hospital. He has a black eye, a bruise on his tan face, and his knuckles are scabbed from the school incident. I suspect if he took his shirt off, it would look a lot like my body, black and blue, with several bruises fading to yellow. Whoever thinks being a spy is glamorous has never seen us healing from our latest fight. Rachel has her long blonde hair down around her shoulders, and she's holding hands with Manny, occasionally gazing at him with a giddy grin. It makes me feel good to see my best friend so happy with the guy who I almost had a thing with. They look good together. When she glances around the room, Rachel gnaws on her lip. "What are you going to do with all the flowers?" Betty walks in wearing scrubs covered in cats, and a smile as bright as the sun on a hot summer day. "I've got to take your vitals one last time, then we can get rid of that last IV. She puts a blood pressure cuff on my arm and presses a button on the machine. "Betty, is there someplace I can donate my flowers to?" I say. Betty glances up, her face mirroring surprise. "You're not taking them with you? They're so beautiful." "They are." I smile and glance around the room. Betty's worked hard to care for the flowers, removing the ones that wilt and rearranging them to look good as new each morning. She's been the best surrogate mother I could hope for, especially now that I don't have Patty. All happiness seems to be squeezed out through my arm with the blood pressure cuff, and my smile fades. I don't have any place to put them. The machine beeps and Betty glances at the display, then types something into the nearby computer. I straighten, a glimmer of hope blooming in my chest. "Do you want them? You've worked hard to keep them alive. It would mean a lot to me if you could enjoy them a little longer." Betty glances up from her work on the computer, and her mouth drops. "You want me to take your flowers? They're meant for you." And they've served their purpose. They helped me heal and boosted my mood while I recovered. It would mean a lot if they brought a few more days of joy to someone I care about. Betty crosses her hands over her heart and sighs. "You are absolutely wonderful, you know that? I don't know how someone as sweet and kind as you finds so much trouble." Her voice thickens, and she looks away. "I couldn't possibly take them, but I can donate them to a local retirement home if you'd like." "I would like that very much." I shuffle over to her in my uglier-than-sin hospital socks with grippy bottoms and pinch my hospital gown closed at the butt so as to not expose my backside to Rachel or Manny. I pull her into a side hug and grab a nearby teddy bear, the one Coach Dorr sent me. "At least take this. It doesn't smell as pretty as flowers, but it also doesn't wilt." She takes the bear and holds it to her chest. Her brows furrow and she glances at Manny and Rachel. "You two are going to take extra super good care of her, right? I love this girl, but I do not want to see her in my hospital again." Rachel puts an arm around my shoulder and squeezes. "I won't let her out of my sight. I promise." "I'm going to hold you to that, young lady." "What about me?" Manny says, raising his hand. "I'll take good care of her, too." "You'd better, mister," Betty says. "Otherwise, I'll send my nephew after you, and he won't be happy." Manny's brows raise, and he takes a step back, closer to the wall. "I'll keep that in mind. I've got to take Aleasha's IV out, and I don't want to pick any big, strong guys off the floor. Will you two wait outside while I get her situated?" Rachel tosses her blonde hair over her shoulder and shoves Manny toward the door. "We'll be back in about 10 minutes. I nod and they disappear. Betty makes quick work of my IV and produces a bag from a side table drawer. "We washed your pants, underwear, and socks, but your shirt and bra weren't salvageable after they cut them off you, so I bought you some new ones. I hope you don't mind." "Are you allowed to do that?" I ask, opening the bag. I hadn't thought about my bra. That would have been awkward going back to the prison's warehouse without one, or driving home with Manny. "Well, no. But a girl's gotta stay modest," she says. Betty sits on the bed next to me and stares at the bag. "Are you sure you're going to be okay? I haven't seen any visitors aside from your two young friends, and that one unsavory fellow you threw the cup at. Do you have some place to call home?" The question hits me like a low-grade stun gun, and I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from bursting into tears. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I used to have Patty, but she's dead. I used to have Drew, but he needs to burn in hell. I used to have the agency, but they betrayed me. I'm 6 months from being a legal adult. Where do I go now? And where the hell is Randy? Why hasn't he checked on me since I got here? I swallow and force myself to nod. I'll be staying with my friend Rachel for a while. Then I'm going to stay with my brother. Oh, you have a brother? Betty's face softens, and she lets out a breath. Good. I was worried for you. I offer a tight smile. Don't worry, Betty. I promise I can take care of myself. There's no doubt you can take care of yourself, my dear, she says, patting my knee. No normal person could survive what you've been through. I just hope you can improve your quality of life and avoid near-death experiences for a few more decades. I'll do my best to make that happen. You do that. She stands and heads for the door. I'll keep them outside until you're dressed and we'll bring in the paperwork when the doctor has signed off on everything. Thank you, I say, offering a heartfelt smile. And thank you for everything. Really, you've been heaven sent. Betty wheels me out to the front parking lot, while Manny and Rachel carry my stuff to my Hummer. I slide into the back of the Hummer with Rachel, and Manny starts the engine. My car smells of leather and pine-scented air freshener. At least it smells familiar. Not like the antiseptic of the hospital. Where will you stay? Rachel asks, fiddling with a strand of blonde hair and darting an anxious glance at me. She bites her lip. Your house is pretty much condemned. And without your Aunt Patty? What's going to happen to you? Do you become a ward of the state? Tears fill her eyes, making them shine. I rub my hand down her back, comforting her. I'll be fine. I have plenty of money from my parents' life insurance, and my cousin Sierra said I could stay with her until I turn 18. Rachel looks up. Are you sure? I could ask my mom if you can stay on our couch or something. Nah, I've got it figured out. Thanks for offering, though. I force a smile. You're a great friend. I don't want to drag her into whatever hell seems to follow me wherever I go. Manny drives Rachel to her house and walks her to the front door, kissing her before she goes inside. I watch the two of them, a knot of uneasiness forming in my stomach. I know I kinda shoved Manny onto Rachel, but now it's weird seeing them together. Manny dips his head and jogs back to the Hummer, climbing inside. Where to next? He asks. I stare at his profile from my spot in the back seat. His shoulders are broader, and his jaw more pronounced since he started working for the agency and started working out all the time. I guess we go back to the prison, I say, sinking into my seat. The secret underground bunker is my safety and my solitude, but it's still prison. I have nothing left. No family, no house, no Drew, no Patty, no future. Nothing to return to. If I disappeared today, who would look for me? Manny puts the Hummer into gear and pulls out of Rachel's driveway in the prison's direction. Just as Mark taught us before he died, Manny's route is long and winding, filled with lots of twists and turns to make sure nobody follows us. When I spy the turnoff to the secret tunnel under the prison cemetery, tears prick my eyes, and hopelessness claws at my chest like a wild beast, attacking my will to live, or to even breathe. It's bad enough that my house is blown up, and my fiancé is the world's biggest ass. Does Drew also have to be outside these walls free without a care in the world when Mark and Aunt Patty are dead? I wipe my cheeks and glance up at Manny to make sure he doesn't notice. His eyes zero in on me through the rearview mirror. Crap. Manny passes the turnoff to the penitentiary and drives until the signs on the side of the road no longer say, "Do not stop and do not pick up hitchhikers." A black sedan flashes its lights as we approach, and Manny slows, turning to park in front of the car on the side of the road. Manny and I exit, making sure our hands are visible. We move to the front of the Hummer where the sedan's lights keep us illuminated. I do a complete turn so the driver can see that I'm not armed, and Manny does the same. When we're done, the sedan's driver door opens and Dennis, one of the guards from the pen, appears. He smiles and nods to us in that kind, unassuming way that makes me think he's a gentle giant, but he could rip my limbs off if I pissed him off. He glances up at Manny. "Are you coming too?" Manny runs his hands through his dark, wavy hair. "I can't. My mom is still spooked about the attack at the school. She wants me close to home." "No worries," Dennis says. "I'll take it from here. I'll call you when she's ready to leave." Manny shoves his hands into his pockets, hunches his shoulders, and stares at me for a second. I must have a look on my face because he says, "Aw, hell." He pulls me into a hug, wrapping his strong arms around me. I rest my head on his shoulder, and it's like the floodgates open in full force. Everything I've been trying to push away, pretend like it doesn't matter, all of that comes crashing to the front of my mind, and I burst into tears. Manny holds me tighter, running his hand down my long brown hair and making some sort of shushing sound. Occasionally he says something in Spanish, but I'm crying so hard it's like my heart is beating in my ears, and I can't hear anything but my own pain escaping through my sobs and halted breaths. Why is life so unfair? What did I do to deserve all of this? I cry until there are no tears left. When I push at his chest, he holds onto me with one hand and wipes at my tears and the hair plastered to my face, murmuring more things in Spanish. His voice is soothing. At the sedan, Dennis clears his throat. I pull away from Manny and sniff, wiping at my nose with the back of my hand. The front of Manny's t-shirt is wet from my tears. "Sorry," I say to both of them. Dennis inclines his head. "We're pretty conspicuous out here on the side of the road. I wouldn't want anyone to wonder what we're doing." "Okay," I say. Glancing at Manny, I wipe at another tear. "Thank you. For everything." "Are you going to be okay?" Manny asks. "I will be. I hope." Forcing one more smile at Manny, I turn and go to the sedan, opening the back door. Manny shoves his hands back into his pockets again, his body nearly glowing from the focus of the sedan's lights on his body. As Dennis begins to back up, Manny gets back into the Hummer and drives in the opposite direction of Dennis and me. Dennis doesn't say much as we drive. Again, we take the scenic route, just in case. When we turn at the giant tree near the cemetery, I close my eyes. Somebody from the agency will be inside the pen waiting for me. Right?
Chapter 4. Unexpected Gifts. Nathan. It takes me a week to find the stupid library. I check every book in the bookcase to see if it moves, then examine the dressers looking for a Narnia element. No luck. Next, I press on bricks and check every freaking beam of wood. I pause long enough to break out into random bouts of banging my head against the wall and mumbling to myself about how I wish Dad were alive so I could kill him again. On day 7, I realize there's an extra key on the laptop's keyboard. When I press the key, the refrigerator pulls forward as if on rails, exposing a staircase going downward and a ladder extending up into the ceiling. I nearly wet myself, I'm so excited. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which direction should I go? After glancing down the spiral stairs and seeing nothing but darkness, I go up instead. Each wooden rung of the ladder creaks as I go higher into the attic space. I sneeze from all the dust in the air, hitting my head on one of the 2x4s framing the opening. Son of a mother-loving goat! I rub my head and check to see if there's a bump. The lights automatically turn on, and I glance around. Holy smokes, I mumble. The finished attic is about the same size as the entire downstairs, with one side filled with weapons and ammo of nearly every shape and size. On the other side, it looks like a shrine to Simon, the guy with the broccoli-shaped birthmark. Simon's shrine is impressive. Pictures of him at various angles with different hair and facial hair, newspaper clippings, stacks of file folders, and a massive whiteboard with columns of writing in several people's handwriting, including my dad's. The topics include past history, facts to the case, possible motive, arrest history, and availability during crime. There's enough information here that I could easily spend weeks sifting through all of it. But why is it here? Wouldn't Dad keep this at the agency? And there's more than one person's handwriting on the whiteboard. So, who else was here? I skim the information easiest to read and view. There's a picture of him with a woman and two girls, probably a family photo. He's married. Sheesh, I'd hate to be married to that guy. Several newspaper clippings are thumbtacked to the wall, including one about how a gas leak caused an entire 7-story building to explode. Another article talked about the massacre of a wife and 4 daughters. Another article talked about what a psychotic break looked like, its symptoms, and how it presents in other people. I continue to skim. Some of the information I already know about Simon. Other stuff is completely new. I stop at one article that is only weeks old. It talks about an attack in a Walla Walla, Washington high school. How does Walla Walla tie in with Spokane? Nearly everything else is focused around Spokane. And why would Simon be there? Who else is he going after? Promising myself that I'll come back to Simon's crime shrine later, I check out the weapons cache on the other side. Whomever had been stockpiling weaponry and ammo here was busy. There was enough to fight a small war here. Was this Dad too? Or was it whomever's handwriting was on the whiteboard, or is still collecting newspaper clippings and adding them to this shrine, more than a year after Dad died? Do they know I'm coming? Are they expecting me? Will they be happy?
Chapter 5. Under the Cover of Darkness. Aleasha. When Dennis stops the car, he gets out, rests one hand on his sidearm, and runs the other hand through his long, black crew cut. He says something into a radio at his shoulder, and a metal door in front of us opens. The guard behind the door has his pistol aimed at us. If I hadn't already been through this operational procedure, it'd probably send me over the edge. I've been there, done that. Whatever. I open my door and get out. My knees are a little wobbly, but I push through, grabbing my hospital bag with next to nothing in it, and follow Dennis to the door. I wipe perspiration from my forehead, hoping my racing heart and panting will slow. How can a person go from elite athlete to invalid in just a few short days? Once inside the penitentiary, Dennis guides me to my room. It's the same as it was before I left. White cinder block walls, a bed with a scratchy wool blanket, a small task table, a toilet, and a place to hang some clothes if I want. Sitting on the bed, I wait for someone to knock on the door. Sarah, Randy, Sierra, Heather? Anyone who can tell me what the hell's going on? No one knocks. How did everyone disappear overnight? I sift through my bag for my phone, but my phone is... Who knows where my phone is? Did I have it with me when I took a swim upside down, thanks to Simon? Did I lose it while I was fighting off bad guys to save Donna and Gloria? My hand stops on something inside the bag that's metal and cold. I pull the object out of the hospital bag to see what the object is. It's the infinity anklet Drew had given me the morning he left me to go undercover for the agency. It was to remind me that, no matter what happened from that point forward, he loved me. I grip the anklet in my left hand, squeezing until it digs painfully into my skin and leaves an imprint in my palm. When he gave me the gift, I thought it was because he was about to become Madison's boyfriend in order to learn more about her operation, and he wanted me to know that his heart was mine, not hers. Was it more than that? Did he know about my brother Nathan, even back then? My eyelids feel like they're 100 pounds, and I don't have the energy to fight them anymore. I'll figure out what's going on in the morning. My head nods onto my chest, and I'm about to fall onto my side when there's a knock at the door. I contemplate not answering, but by the second knock, I'm alert again. With a sigh, I heave myself from the bed and walk to the door. The door is half open when I see Drew's face. A flash of anger shoots through me. Oh, hell no! I try slamming the door closed, but he wedges his foot in the opening and puts his hand on the door, shoving. Aleasha, we need to talk. No, we don't. I put my shoulder against the door and shove with all my might, but it doesn't budge. Drew pushes back, and the gap widens bit by bit until there's enough room for him to squeeze through. I throw my arms in the air and turn around, leaving the front door wide open. Security! Drew grabs my arm. We need to talk. No! I yank my arm from his hand and glare at him. I heard all I needed to hear while I was hanging upside down above the water. You don't get any second chances. Sergeant Grossbeck, the giant teddy bear-like man dressed in a penitentiary uniform, appears in the doorway with his hand on the butt of his pistol. You called? I walk past Drew toward Grossbeck, knocking into Drew's shoulder. Drew stumbles backward a step. Baby, Drew says. I whirl around. Don't baby me. You and I wag my finger between the two of us. We're done. There is no baby. There is no promise. There is nothing. We are done. Drew's mouth drops. You need to hear the whole story. You've got to know why. I've heard enough. But... No buts, I roar, turning on him again. You should have told me from the get-go. Do you know what it was like for me? My last memory of my little brother is of a fight where I demeaned and insulted him. I was yelling at my parents when our car was hit. How would you feel if insults and anger were the last words you said to your family before they died? I grab my bag of clothes from the hospital and chuck it at Drew, but he dodges, letting it smash against a wall. I take a couple of steps backward, toward Grossbeck, and wipe at tears sliding down my cheeks. All my life I teased Nate, bossed him, and tormented him. All my life I was the bane of his existence. I never told him I loved and respected him, how I was jealous of his patience, and how Mom and Dad adored him. I pick up a small garbage can near the doorway and throw it at Drew. It crashes into the wall behind him. That night, the night of the accident, we were in the middle of a huge fight. I told Nate I hated him, and he was selfish and didn't care about the rest of the family. My heart tightens. I swallow back a sob. My vision blurs. But I was the one being selfish. I should have supported Nathan in whatever he wanted to do. My voice cracks, and Grossbeck's meat-cleaver hand reaches over my shoulder. He holds out a pad of paper and pen, offering them to me. Here, it's the only non-essential item in my belt. I glance back at him. Thanks. I turn and chuck them at Drew, throwing the pad of paper first, waiting until he dodges it, and then throwing the pen at him, hitting him square in the neck. Son of a... Drew yelps. All these years I've lived with misery and guilt. Grossbeck hands me my pillow and I throw it. All this time I lived with being a horrible sister. I have a bucket now, not sure where Grossbeck found it. I heft it in my hands. Drew's eyes widen. He backpedals, his hands splayed out in front of him, glancing back to avoid furniture, then moving just in time to avoid the bucket. But you know what hurts the most? I say, now with a mop in my hand. I trusted you. Totally and completely. I trusted you with my heart, my soul, my life, and my future. I trusted everything you told me without question. And you! I swing the mop like a baseball bat, missing his head by inches. You stomped on that trust and ground it into oblivion without considering how this would affect me. You and the agency. I hate you both. My head throbs and my vision wavers. I wipe at my face with the back of my hand and glance around me. Grossbeck isn't in the doorway anymore, probably looking for something else to give me. My room looks like it had been ransacked. Drew stands against the back wall on the balls of his feet, with wide eyes and arms bent, prepared to dodge something else. I sniff once, then spot the infinity anklet he'd given me, on the bed. I pick up the gift and then chuck it at him. Goodbye, Drew. He catches it in one hand and stares at the sparkling jewelry. His voice cracks. Aleasha. I close my eyes and shake my head, then turn and bolt out of my room past Sergeant Grossbeck and several other guards huddled in the hallway, probably listening to our fight. Drew's footsteps aren't far behind me, but they stop. When I glance over my shoulder, there's a wall of guards keeping him from following me. I turn, looking left and right. Where can I go in this place without being shot? A grisly-looking guy with pockmarks on his face and gray, slicked-back hair stands at the corner of the hall and waves me to him. Come here. I follow him down another hall and he ushers me into a room. You can sleep here tonight. We'll make sure that guy doesn't find you unless you want him to find you. I let out a sob and hug the old man. Thank you. Then I slip into the room and lock the door. This room is identical to mine, right down to the scratchy wool blanket. The whole building could be on fire, and I wouldn't open that door tonight. Not with Drew roaming the halls looking for me. When I wake, my room is pitch black. I stare into the darkness, remembering how just a few months ago, Drew and I had risked our lives for each other and took down a drug operation in the woods behind my house. Aw, crap. I shouldn't have thought about him. My throat tightens painfully, and I sob again, flopping face down onto my still wet pillow. When I run out of tears, I swing my feet onto the floor and close my eyes, imagining my old room at the Walla Walla house. I envision the life-sized photos of me playing sports, the giant king-sized bunk beds, and the work table and furniture. My track medals jingle in my mind from when I used to run my fingers down the row of them hanging on my wall. I picture myself strolling into my walk-in closet, my feet sinking into the plush carpets, and inhaling the scent of cedar. When I open my eyes, I've made my mind up.
Chapter 6. Special Delivery. Nathan. I descend the ladder, glancing behind me in case the mystery guest has shown up while I was in the attic. When I reach the main floor, I stare into the living room. Is there some way I can booby-trap the house so I know when someone is coming? The secret stairs spiral downward into eerie darkness, and my curiosity wins over my need to reenact the Home Alone movie. I'm nearly completely underground before lights flicker to life and I gasp. Whoa! 3 of the 4 walls are packed from floor to ceiling with hardbound books in a variety of shapes and sizes. The cool, earthy scent of the cement walls competes with the grassy vanilla musk of books. I close my eyes and inhale deep. This is my idea of heaven, and worth every minute of the hunt. My fingers skim the book's spines, and I pause to read some of my favorites. Wait a sec, that one just came out 3 months ago. I pull out the book, cradling it in my arm, then move on, grabbing another and stacking it on top of the first. Then another. Then another. Soon, I'm laughing like an evil genius. So worth it. I get to the one wall not covered with books. This one has a giant TV dominating the upper portion, with a long, wooden table spanning the length of the TV. A pile of notepads next to a pencil holder filled with writing utensils fills one corner of the table, and a cordless keyboard, thumb drive, and mouse sit at the center of the table. I drop my pile of books onto the wooden surface, sit in the black leather chair at the table, and sink into the buttery soft seat. After wiggling the mouse a couple of times, the TV flashes to life. Several icons appear, including every high school subject imaginable, languages, tutors, and a file with my last name, Summers. I have the mouse hovering over the Summers file when the computerized female voice says, "You have a visitor." The TV flickers and compartmentalizes into several small screens, pictures from video cameras situated around the property. A man, dressed in a black collared shirt with courier printed on the back, has a messenger pouch slung across his chest. I can't see his face, though. He opens the bag and pulls out a smartphone, glances at its screen, then at the front door of the cabin. Bushes and overgrown vegetation make the entrance look abandoned, even from my view in the basement. The courier glances at his phone again, then scans the property, before trudging to the door. He pulls a manila envelope from the courier bag and wedges it between the door and a branch. After searching for a doorbell, but not finding one, the delivery guy eventually gives up and knocks several times. Then he turns and wades back through the bushes to get back to his vehicle and leaves. Before his truck is completely out of sight, I'm scrambling up the stairs and vaulting for the front door. I fling it open, catching the package before it hits the floor, then slam the door shut again and bolt the locks. My name is on the front of the envelope. Who knows I'm here? Is the package from Drew? I tear it open and find a piece of paper and a USB drive. When I look at the paper, my hands tremble. It's Dad's handwriting. 400 broads walk 605 feet to get a good view of space. They bring 47 bags of yarn, 37 knitting needles, and 13 pounds of thread. When they return, they have 122 lap blankets, 20 sets of booties, and 57 potholders. Black licorice. I lean against the wall and slide downward until I'm sitting. I stare at the paper. This can't be Dad's handwriting. Who knew I was here? Who knew our family emergency code? What is going on? After several more minutes, my stomach gurgles. I haven't eaten in hours. I fold the paper and place it on the counter next to the laptop. I grab a frozen pizza from the freezer, unwrap it, then shove it into the oven. I glance over my shoulder several times to make sure the paper doesn't mysteriously walk off while I have my back turned, and to make sure nobody else mysteriously appears while I'm not looking. I stare at Dad's message. The oven's timer buzzes, and I flinch. Cutting the pizza into pieces, I continue to stare at the mysterious paper. I put several slices of my lunch on a plate, then walk to the counter, sitting opposite the package. I stare at it while I eat. The electronic voice sounds through the speakers again. I flinch. Again. "You have a visitor," the female voice says. I scan the room for another monitor, but see nothing, so I flip open the laptop. The screen flashes to life, displaying another grid of cameras. This time, the body is familiar. Drew is slowly limping toward the cabin's front door.
Chapter 7. No turning back. Aleasha. I crack my door open, checking that Drew isn't camped outside in the hall. Across the hall, the old guard dozes in a metal fold-up chair. His head is leaning against the cinder block wall, and a slow snore escapes his mouth. Smiling, I slip into the hall and close the door without a sound, then go back to my original room where I'd argued with Drew. It still looks like a hurricane hit it, but Drew isn't there, and nobody is guarding the door. I pick up the pad of paper and pen and write a note. My time with the agency has been a lie. I can no longer work for people I'm unable to trust, or knowing that my little brother is out there somewhere. Nathan is the only thing that matters now. Signed, Aleasha. I place my note on the table next to the bed, then remove my agency ring and earring, placing them all on top of the note. How do you expect to sneak out of a building criminals spend their whole lives trying to break free from? I flinch and look up. Dennis is leaning against the doorway, smiling, etching deep laugh lines next to his dark brown eyes. He shakes his head. Nobody leaves this prison without my permission. Heat rises up my neck, burning my cheeks. I hadn't gotten that far yet. I just know I need to leave. Dennis rubs his chin and nods. Yeah, the other guards have overheard things, and they've talked to me. If I get you outside these walls, you still don't have a car or bike or anything to get you anywhere. How will you leave? My stomach drops, but I grit my teeth and lift my jaw. I'll find a way. I always do. He chuckles and runs a hand over his salt and pepper-colored crew cut. I bet you will. Dennis strokes his mustache and digs into his pocket with one hand. Have you ever ridden a motorcycle before? I resist the urge to snort. Yeah, I used to own one. Good. He unhooks his bike key from his keychain. Here. I stare at the bike key. I can't take that. I'm not coming back. He shakes the key in front of me. I know. Take it anyway. Dennis, I can't. He sighs and pulls out his phone. Then who will I call to pick you up? Because I'm not letting you walk out of this building without some sort of transportation. I can handle myself. I'm sure you can, but I'm the one tasked with keeping you safe. And from what I can tell, you have a whole lot of bad guys after you. I'm not sending you out there without some backup. I press my eyes closed and scratch my forehead. Who can I call? I can't call Rachel. She doesn't know about this place. I haven't seen Randy since I nearly died in that barn. Or Sarah. Or Sierra. What the hell? And there's no way I'm going to call Drew. Groaning, I say, "The only person you can call is Manny. He'll come and get me." "Will he keep you safe?" I nod. "What's his number?" I tell him Manny's phone number and listen to the distant ring of the phone. Dennis looks at me as he speaks. "Is this Manny?" "This is Dennis calling on behalf of Aleasha." "No, she's fine. I know it's late. She needs you to pick her up." Dennis nods. 20 minutes. Same place. See you then." He hangs up his phone and stuffs it back in his pocket. "Grab your stuff. We need to move." I glance around my room. None of it was mine. Rubbing my bare finger, I shake my head. "I'm good." "Okay then. Let's go."
Chapter 8, Found. Nathan. I drop my pizza on the plate and bolt for the door, double-checking it's locked before Drew can turn the knob. He knocks. "Nathan?" I stare at the door, my limbs unable to move. Half of me wants to run. The other half wants to yank the door open and beat the living crap out of him. He pounds again. "Nathan, I know you're in there. You didn't do a good job of hiding my car." I run a hand down my face. Crap. I forgot about his car. From the door, I have the laptop angled so I can see the video feed of him looking at the camera. "Come on, man. I know you're there," Drew says. "I'm not the bad guy here. I swear I'm not. I was doing what your dad told me to do. What the agency told me to do." I roll my eyes and turn my back on the door, plopping down onto the seat in front of the laptop. If that's his explanation, there's no way I'm letting that guy in the house. Drew stares at the door for a while and his shoulders slump. He turns and leans against the front door, letting himself slide down until he's sitting on the doormat, surrounded by branches and bushes. The video feed shows the top of his head, but the audio sounds like he's sitting right next to me. "I screwed up, Nathan. Big time. I was trying to be all things to all people, and I wound up being nothing but a liar and deceiver." He breaks a branch off one of the bushes and begins peeling the leaves off one by one. "Yes, your dad asked me to watch over you and Aleasha. That part's true. But he never told me that you'd be separated. I wasn't prepared for that part, and I didn't find out about you until months after I'd been working with Aleasha." He throws the stripped branch into the tall weeds on the other side of the path and leans his head on the door. "When Randy approached me to work with you, he gave me this story about how this was Keith's vision and that it was safer having the two of you separated. But I don't know anymore. Not after everything that's happened. Not after everything I've learned." Drew raises his brows and looks up at the camera focused on the top of his head. "No doubt about it. I've screwed up. I made bad choices. I trusted the wrong people. But I'm trying to make things right. Will you give me another chance?" I stare at the screen and take a good hard look at his face, nearly falling out of my chair. Has he been in another fight? Geez, does that guy know how to block a punch? He looks like someone took a sledgehammer to his face. My stomach drops and I stare at the door. Before all this, I'd be yanking it open and pulling him inside, trying to figure out what I can do to fix him up. But he's a liar. Worse, he's a hell of a liar. Obviously, I can't tell when he's telling the truth or not, which makes him twice as dangerous to me. Drew stands and dusts off his pants with one hand. It looks like he's cradling the other one to his chest. He stares at the door. "Please, let me in, Nathan. I want to see your face and make sure you're okay. That Simon hasn't found you, or that you didn't accidentally starve to death because you couldn't find the can opener." He rocks his head from side to side. "And I've got to pee." I close my eyes and snicker. The jerk. He's not supposed to make me laugh. Doesn't he know I'm mad at him? Drew shifts from one foot to the other. "I'm serious, dude. I've really got to pee and it's another 30 minutes to the next bathroom." "Pee against a tree," I yell toward the door. Drew's head jerks up. "Nathan?" I cringe, cursing myself for saying anything. Now I'll never get him to leave. "Nate, please let me in. Let's talk. Let me apologize again and explain everything from the beginning. Once you know everything, you'll understand why I did what I did. Dad's voice from the video whispers in my head, "Trust Drew." Dude, I can't hold it any longer. I'm coming in. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine, but I'm about to wet my pants. Drew puts his hand on the doorknob, and the video feed shows the red lasers scanning Drew's face. Son of a... I bolt for the door, hoping to barricade it closed, but he recites the code word, and the door unlocks before I can get there. It swings open, and Drew limps in. Hi, Nate. He waves with his good hand and keeps on walking. I'll be back in a sec. He strides toward the bathroom and closes the door, and I look heavenward and say to the computer, "Traitor." Then I slam the door closed and skulk back to the chair and sit, waiting for Drew to finish his business. When he comes out, I get a good look at him. His face is bruised, and an eye shows residual signs of swelling. There's a crack on his lip and stitches along his cheek. Drew holds one arm against his chest as he crosses the room to the couch and gingerly lowers himself to the cushions. I follow, cringing as I watch him hobble. I sit on the coffee table in front of him and ask, "What happened?" He relaxes against the couch cushions, leaning his head back and placing his forearm over his eyes. Everything that could have possibly gone wrong has. Do you think? When you ran off, I tried to chase after you. Except, I had no car. I knew where you were going. Or, I figured there was a pretty good chance you'd come here. But I didn't have a car, so I had to call Randy. But rather than Randy showing up at my apartment, Simon did. In my hurry to get to you, I forgot not to trust Randy, so I left the front door open while I gathered my stuff to go after you, and when the alarms went off, it was too late. They took me to another city, then tortured and interrogated me. Drew sighs, and there's a tremor running through his breath. They hunted down my fiancée and drowned her in front of me to get me to spill information on you. A shiver runs up my spine, and it's like my world stops completely. Drew's fiancée, the girl he loves, that's Aleasha. What did you tell them? He lifts his eyes, winces as he leans forward and says, "Nothing, Nathan. You are safe. They will never find you." My voice cracks when I say, "Did she die?" Drew closes his eyes and looks away. She was submerged in the water for a long time, and they had me tied up. They forced me to watch. It nearly killed me. Yeah, but it killed her! I bolt to my feet, my hands fisting and unfisting at my sides. Tears sting my eyes and I press them closed to staunch the flow. All I want to do is beat Drew into a bloody pulp for letting Aleasha die. Again. She didn't die. My breathing hitches. I slowly turn. What? He runs his good hand through his hair, and I notice tears streaming down his face for the first time. They saved her. He sniffs and looks up at me. I lost it. I dislocated my shoulder and was almost out of my restraints trying to get to her. I had my GPS, and the agency found me. Us. They pulled her out and started CPR while I took on the others and chased after Simon. She was taken to a hospital. They had to resuscitate her a couple of times, but she's alive. When I went to see her at the hospital, she never wanted to see me again. He wipes at a tear, then focuses on me. What do you expect, you know? Simon told her you were alive and what I'd done, and she felt the same way you do. He sniffs again and wipes at his eyes. But the important thing is, you're safe, buddy. Why? I ask. Why am I more important than you, Aleasha, or anyone else for that matter? Drew's smile doesn't reach his eyes. One day you'll understand. For now, you need to trust that you are. I'm just glad nobody knows where you are. I shake my head. Somebody does. I point to the countertop. Somebody sent me a package today.
Chapter 9. Partner in Crime. Aleasha. Manny is standing in the Hummer's lights waiting for me when Dennis drops me off outside the penitentiary, at the same clearing I'd been dropped off earlier. He has his brows knit together and his arms folded over his chest like a bouncer trying to look intimidating. All he's missing are the sunglasses. This is your stop, Dennis says, parking next to the Hummer. Wherever you go, good luck, be safe, and don't get caught. Thank you. I open the door and step out before turning back to him. And thank you for everything. You're a lifesaver. Anytime I can rescue a damsel in distress is a good day. He winks and gestures to Manny. Go on. Get lost before people know to start looking for you. I close the door behind me and wave one more time before Dennis does a U-turn and drives away. Then I straighten my shoulders, lift my chin, and turn to look at Manny, prepared to take his wrath. Manny gives me a once-over, noting my bag of stuff. He doesn't seem surprised, but his eyes widen when he sees my face. Have you been crying? Your eyes are bloodshot. I look away. Drew and I broke up. Oh. He dips his head to look me in the eyes again. He's missing out on the best thing that's ever come to Walla Walla. Manny pulls me into a massive hug, resting his chin on top of my head. He murmurs some stuff in Spanish, but it's too low for me to understand. I pull my head away and look up at him. Nothing. Manny jerks his head toward the Hummer. We'd better get out of here. Agreed. It won't take Drew long to realize I'm gone. Manny grunts. Let him try to chase you. I'm not letting him anywhere close. Some of the tension in my muscles loosens, and I smile into the darkness. I've been fighting my own battles for so long I've forgotten what it's like to have someone want to fight them for me. We climb into the car, and he starts the engine, pulling onto the empty road and winding his way back to the city. Where am I taking you? He asks. I check the clock. Oh my gosh, is it 3:30 in the morning? I'm sorry. I didn't know what time it was. It's fine. I wasn't sleeping anyway. What were you doing? Making out with Rachel? I ask, trying to be funny. We seriously need to lighten the mood in here before I start crying again. He clears his throat and squints at the road. No. We broke up after I dropped you off earlier. I cringe into the darkness, thankful my face is obscured by shadows. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. We tried, but it wasn't working. My job kept getting in the way. He lifts a shoulder in a shrug. I like her. I really do. But I love my job. He steals a glance at me. So I chose the job. Oh. Does that mean he chose me? Or that he chose the agency? He clears his throat. So where am I taking you again? I'm taking you home. I glance at his widened eyes and continue in a rush. Then I'm taking the Hummer and leaving. Manny slams on the brakes and stops in the middle of the street. What? I'm leaving, Manny. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone at the agency is avoiding me like the plague. Nobody's at the penitentiary. Nobody showed up at the hospital. It's like they're waiting for me to come unglued or something, and they're giving me a wide berth. Is this what it's all about? You're not getting enough attention? Manny throws his hands into the air, then slams them onto the steering wheel before turning in his seat to glare at me. Randy was pulled off to do another mission and hasn't come back yet. Drew is AWOL. Patty and Mark are dead. Sarah is overseeing funeral arrangements and rebuilding the house. And Sierra and Heather are doing a hell of a lot of paperwork and answering to committees about how Patty and Mark died. He shakes his head, scrubbing his hands down his now red face. You're not being avoided. They're picking up the pieces of a catastrophic attack. Despite all of that, they decided you were important enough to assign one of their remaining agents to take care of you. He points at his chest. Me. I didn't realize I was doing such a crappy job that you've decided to run away because of it. That's not what I meant, I say, dropping my head into my hands. Guilt washes over me like a freight train, and tears spring to my eyes. You've been heaven sent through all of it. All of it. Manny pulls my hands from my face and wipes the tears off my cheeks, forcing me to look up at him. Then why are you running away? He asks. More tears stream down my face, and I look out the window. Raindrops splatter on the glass, mirroring my emotions. We're still in the middle of the road, not moving. Take me back to my place, I say. Manny rears back, his brows furrowing. It's condemned. I know. He grumbles something under his breath and starts driving again. I take a deep breath. You know how my parents and brother died in a car accident? He nods. Come to find out, Nathan didn't actually die. The agency has him, or at least they did. All this time, Drew was gone to rehab his injuries. He was actually with Nathan training him to do the same stuff we do. I jiggle my legs with pent-up rage, wishing I could punch something. They knew about him all along and said nothing to me. Me, his sister, his family. They, Drew, lied to me, and probably to him too. Manny gawks at me open-mouthed. I have to go find him, Manny. I'm not staying here. I'm not working for a bunch of liars. And I'm certainly not going to keep dating the biggest liar of them all. I bite my lip, realizing I'd been yelling, then lower my voice. I'm going after him, Manny. Manny stares at the windshield, his lips pressed into a tight line. How are you going to find him? I dunno. I hope Nate is going someplace familiar. Do you know where? Not yet, but I've got to get out of this place before I kill someone. I'm suffocating in there. I'm... Those blasted tears flow again, and I wipe at them with the back of my hand. Manny pulls me into an awkward, one-armed hug. It's okay. I'm here for you. He holds my hand as I burst into an ugly cry. We pull into my driveway and park in front of the house. A section of the building is completely missing, nothing but a charred and crumbling skeleton. Caution tape wraps around the entire building and all the doors. In the rain, it looks like some sort of evil, haunted mansion. When he turns off the Hummer, Manny turns in his seat to face me. I'm coming with you. Inside? Beyond that. Wherever you're going, I am too. What? No. Why not? What about your family, your parents, and your brothers and sisters? I can't leave you to do this alone, he says. You're a wreck. It wouldn't be right. Besides, you won't be gone forever, will you? I don't know, but I've got to do something. He glances to the east. The sun is rising. We've got to go now before anyone notices. I don't want you to come. Suck it up, Buttercup. I ride along or I'll follow you in my truck. I glare at him. Fine. We'll argue on the way. Then I'll call a cab when I dump you on the side of the road. It wouldn't be a real trip without a war of wills. He flashes a crooked grin. I roll my eyes and open the car door, jumping right into a mud puddle. My toes are instantly freezing, and my shoes slosh when I walk. I creep up the porch stairs. Well, as much as you can creep when your feet are sloshing with each step, and shove aside the caution tape, ripping off the strips across the front door. The door won't open. Do you have your keys? Manny asks. I shake my head. Lost them somewhere between school and the hospital. My phone, too. He touches my ear. And apparently your spy gear and your promise ring. Ignoring him, I turn and walk toward the corner of the house, hopping on what's left of my porch to get to the grass. Then we circle around the bushes toward the back of the house. I don't want the agency to follow me, I finally say over my shoulder. The backyard looks like a war zone. Nearly the entire back of the house is torn off, splintered, or missing completely. I glance at Manny. Well, that fixes our key problem. Yeah, but who's guarding the house? He asks, following me into the shattered remains of our back door. Frankly, I don't care. From the moment my parents died, nothing in my world was real. Why should I care about this house or the stuff in it? All I want is to grab my things and go. He says nothing but follows me up the stairs. One banister is charred, with the whole center portion missing, but the stairs seem solid. In my room, I glance around. The air leaves me like someone punched me in the solar plexus. The massive, opulent room I'd lived in for the last several months is destroyed. Again. The wall facing the backyard looks more like old ruins. All of the windows are missing or shattered. Charred pieces of 2x4s jet out in all directions, threatening to crumble at any second. The fire alarm sprinklers must have gone off because everything looks like it's been thrown in the pool and then rearranged in my room. My shoes sink into the overly plush carpet, squishing with each step. Inside my walk-in closet, I find a dry bag and some clothes that haven't been destroyed yet. Then I go into the bathroom and get whatever necessities I need while I'm hunting for Nathan. Manny waits for me in the main part of the bedroom. When I come back, my bag is full. He's running his finger along my row of track medals, making them jingle like a wind chime, just like I'd done in my dream. Did you actually earn these, or were they part of the persona? They're real. I stare at them, but I don't feel anything. That was another life. A life where I had a family, hopes, a chance at going to the Olympics. A life where death wasn't lurking around every corner. I turn my back on the medals and stride to the drawers next to my bed. I dust off my favorite family picture and shove it into my bag. Inside the top drawer, I grab a small photo album, stuff it into my duffel bag, and zip it up. I glance around the room one more time, then walk into the hall with Manny behind me. When we get outside, I don't look back. If I'm lucky, I'll never have to see this house or this city again. I climb into the driver's seat of the Hummer and hold out my hand for the keys. Manny tosses them to me and buckles up on the passenger side. Let's stop by my house for a few supplies on the way out of town. I throw him a sidelong glance as I head back toward the street. If we get caught? He waves his hand in the air. We won't get caught. I need to leave a note. You left a note, didn't you? I nod, then pull out of the drive and onto the street. I'm not that heartless. That is yet to be determined, he says with a smirk. I need to do the same for my family and get some clothes, unless you want me stinking like a pig by tomorrow. Be sure to pack several changes of clothes just in case, and deodorant. You can never have too much of that. He grins. I was thinking of going true musk. Forget it. I've decided you're not coming with me after all. The sun crests the horizon when we pull into his driveway. The sky bleeds shades of pinks, reds, and purples, calming my soul just a fraction. Open the trunk, Manny says. I've got a few things we might need. Like what? Just open the back. I roll my eyes and jump out of the vehicle, then open the barn doors of the Hummer with a flourish. Better? Much, thank you. I roll my eyes. Booger. Nerd bucket, Manny smirks. I widen my eyes, pretending to look offended. Ornery cuss. Just wait in the car, he says, shaking his head. I'll be out in a few minutes. Fine. Be sure to leave your agency jewelry behind. I prefer not to have company on this trip. I lean my seat back and put on my sunglasses. Oh, and if you're not out in 10, I'm leaving without you. Manny raises an eyebrow. Anything else? I shake my head, looking at him over the sunglasses. Hurry up. We've got people to see, places to go. He salutes, then runs around to the side of his house and out of sight. A few minutes later, his garage door opens. He's got a backpack slung over one shoulder and has his arms filled with sleeping bags and camping gear. What's all that for? I ask. I'm assuming we'll be camping. Are we not? I didn't get that far. I was trying to get out of the city first, then I'd come up with a plan. Manny clucks his tongue. Poor little city girl. So unprepared. Yeah, well, we all can't be Eagle Scouts. Lucky for you, one of us is. Maybe you'll have a chance of surviving this road trip. He throws his gear in the back of the Hummer, runs back for one more load, then closes the trunk and his garage door. When he buckles his seatbelt, he looks at the clock. 9 minutes. Just barely made it. Yeah, I mutter, then back the Hummer out of the driveway and drive down the street. Minutes later, I say goodbye to Walla Walla through my rearview mirror. Where are we going? Manny asks. I don't know yet. I have a couple of ideas on where to start, but I want to get away from this place before I make any decisions. Do you have a direction at least? North? Maybe towards Seattle? Manny runs a hand down his face. You're killing me. I turn the radio on and look for a decent station. I've got to stop for some gas and get some money out of the bank. Then we'll be on our way. I don't want the agency to follow our trail past this city. He nods and closes his eyes, folding his hands behind his back and putting a foot on the dash. Wake me when you figure out what you're gonna do.
Chapter 10, Interrogations. Nathan. Someone sent you a package? Drew lurches to his feet, then groans and grabs his ribs again. He sinks back into the couch and points to the paper. Would you mind bringing that to me? Sure. I retrieve the paper and hand it to Drew. He unfolds the page and reads the riddle, his lips moving as he talks under his breath, then looks up at me. What does that mean? I don't know. I only had it for like 30 minutes before you showed up. But Drew, that's my dad's handwriting. Drew's eyes bulge, and he stares at the page again. Are you sure? Yeah. He runs his good hand through his hair. Okay, let's not get too worked up over this yet. Let's think this through. His eyes dart from side to side as he thinks. There's got to be an explanation. He sniffs the air. Did you make pizza? Yeah. Want some? Wait, I'm still mad at you. I want some answers. Drew sinks back into his chair again and nods. That's fair. We need to get this out in the open before we go any further. I walk to the kitchen and put the last of the pizza slices on the plate while asking, why didn't you tell me about Aleasha? I hand him his plate, trying to act casual, but I'm watching Drew like a hawk. Every gesture, the way his eyes move, any tells that will show me if he's lying or not while he talks. Just like Dad taught me when we used to play poker and other family card games. If you know what you're looking for, you can easily spot a lie. Of course, I've never tried to spot a lie on a spy. This should be interesting. Drew takes the pizza and devours it like he hasn't eaten in a week. I go back to the kitchen, start cooking another pizza, and bring back some water. When he's finished eating what's left of the first pizza, some of the tension in Drew's face lessens. He glances up at me and then looks away, his face pained. I thought I was doing the right thing. I met your dad 4 or 5 years ago when I first became an agent. Shortly after Randy recruited me, Keith was the director of the agency and he'd shown some interest in me after hearing about my history. Your history? I ask, sitting in the seat across from him. Drew takes a drink of his water and leans back in his chair, his hands on the armrests and legs relaxed. He's comfortable. Good. My parents died when I was about the same age as you, Drew says. Motorcycle accident. We were out for a drive and we got T-boned by someone who wasn't paying attention and didn't see us. I wound up in the foster system because they didn't have a will, and I bounced around from home to home till I got to a nasty one and had to protect a couple of kids from the parents. I eventually left, and Randy found me. Drew's face darkens, and he seems to zone out for a couple of seconds before he snaps out of it and looks up at me, forcing a smile. Then I met Keith, and he became like a second dad to me. He was invested in my education, in making sure I was a good person, and he made me believe I could make a difference in the world. The oven alarm goes off, and I pull the pizza out of the oven and cut it into pieces. As I prepare the food, he continues, in the foster homes, they bossed me around and treated me like a slave. At the agency, I was given choices and opportunities to lead and grow. I got to pick and choose the missions I went on, and before I knew it, I was fully invested in the agency. They could have told me to go bomb a building because it was full of pedophiles and I wouldn't have questioned it. Drew hangs his head in his hands. I often wonder if that's what the kids working for Simon are like. They've drunk the Kool-Aid, and they don't question a word he says because Simon couldn't possibly be wrong. He's probably told them they're trying to save you from corruption, and they're blindly following him without stopping to question why. I stand at the counter, the pizza cutter in my hand mid-motion, fear snaking down my spine like a million little spiders, leaving a shudder I can't control. The line between good and evil is thin as a razor and written in gray. How much was I willing to do for the agency before I realized they had lied about Aleasha? We were raiding Simon's compound. People died. I didn't think twice about Drew beating the crap out of Simon as he was interrogating him. How far would I have gone? Nathan? Drew's voice pulls me out of my thoughts, and I turn. He's standing right behind me. How long was he standing there? I shake my head to clear my thoughts and recenter myself. Sorry. Lost in thought, I guess. He nods as if understanding. I shove the plate, piled high with pizza, at him. Here. Thanks, man. He nods at the plate he's holding with his good arm. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since yesterday. It's all good. We go back to the living room, and he sinks back into the couch, then takes a giant bite of pizza. He looks like he's in ecstasy. Man, so good. Who knew about me and Aleasha both being alive? I ask. Drew's eyes zero in on me, and his face turns serious again. Your dad approached me a couple of years back. I'd just gotten him out of a pickle with Simon, and he was worried loyalty at the agency wasn't as strong as it should be. Moles? He nods and takes another bite of his food. Something I'd done seemed to solidify my allegiance to him, so he took me aside and told me that if anything happened to him and his wife, he wanted me to watch over the two of you. He'd already had 2 near misses, so I think he was trying to put things in order so that you guys didn't have the same fate I did. That doesn't explain why he separated us. That's a question you'll have to ask him in the next life, Drew says. He told me he thought you'd be safer if you were apart. I told him you guys should be together. You'd need each other if your parents died, but he said you'd be harder to find this way. He looks up at me. He looks like he just watched a cat die. I'm sorry, man. I know it was brutal for both of you. Why didn't you tell us? Drew shakes his head and looks at his hands. I thought I owed it to your dad. I told him I'd take care of you, and he made me promise to do it his way. He looks up at me, his eyes haunted. I don't know. I'm really not much older than you guys, and he was Keith. He was the director of the agency. He knew everything, and had reasons for everything, even if we didn't understand it. I blindly followed everything he said without considering how it would affect you. Drew's shoulders droop. I'm sorry, man. I got so caught up in doing it right that I didn't stop to consider if it was right for you. I trace a pattern in my genes. Now that I know, and you know I know, what do we do? I think... Drew picks up his empty plate and takes it to the kitchen sink, rinsing it off. We should reintroduce you to your sister, but we need to be smart about when and where we do it. Simon is still hunting you both. It'd be a shame to make his job easier.
Chapter 11. Deja Vu. Aleasha. After filling the Hummer with gas and picking up a few snacks for the trip, I drive around until the banks open. Just after 9 a.m., I walk into the building with my backpack slung over one shoulder. I stride up to a blonde cashier wearing a white dress shirt, dark pants, and a name tag that says, Joseph. After filling out a withdrawal slip, I slide it over the counter to him. I'd like to make a withdrawal, please. He picks up the slip and reads it, then looks up at me and down to the slip again. 1 minute, please. To his credit, his face stays blank. Joseph walks to an office where a man is sitting at a large desk, typing on his keyboard. Joseph hands him the piece of paper, then says a few words I can't decipher. The man glances at me, then at the slip, says a few more words, and nods. Joseph returns to his station and flashes a tight smile. Miss Summers, I say, raising an eyebrow. Is something wrong? He shakes his head. Oh, no. Of course not. It's just an unusually large withdrawal for someone your age. If you would please show me your driver's license, I will begin collecting the money. I nod and pull my license from my wallet. He takes the card, makes a copy, then returns it to me. Do you have preferred denominations? Smaller bills if possible, thanks. Joseph nods. I will be just a few minutes. He returns with a large stack of bills and places them on the counter, counting them out for me, one bundle at a time. I slide the bundles from the counter, stuffing them into the backpack. One last thing, he says before relinquishing the last bundle. He slides a small, round scanner over to me. I need your fingerprint, for security purposes. After doing as requested, I take the last bundle, then leave the bank with a backpack straining at the seams. I open the Hummer door and heft the bag onto the back seat. Manny looks at the pack, and his brows scrunch together. Wasn't that empty when you left? Did you have a safe deposit box here? No, I just withdrew some money. You're kidding me, right? When I withdraw money, it's a few bills. When you take some out, it's a freaking backpack? First off, I don't know how long I'm going to be on the road. Second, I don't want to use my debit card and run the risk of being tracked by the agency or any other undesirables. Third, I not only have a buttload of money left over from my parents' life insurance, but the agency has been paying me pretty darned good all these months, and I haven't spent a dime. I think I just threw up a little in my mouth, he mutters. Think of it this way. You won't have to go camping every night if you don't want to. Hey, I happen to like camping. I was looking forward to the adventure. I wasn't looking forward to the lack of showers or the eventual stench, or the bugs. I'm doing you a favor by not having to smell me. Whatever. He turns in his seat to look at me and glances at the backpack with trepidation. Where are we going next, oh filthy rich one? As far away from here as we can, preferably in the opposite direction. If they come looking for me, I want to throw them off the path. Manny tilts his head. Good thinking. He pulls out his phone and checks out an online map. Which direction shall we go? That will take us closer to your brother? I bite my lip and scrunch my face. I was thinking we'd go check out some of my old stomping grounds, places Nathan might run to if he thinks he's in trouble. Where's that? You in the mood to go back to Spokane again? He grins. Can we stop by that pizza joint you love? What is it? Ricky Rocco's? I chuckle and shake my head. Rocky Rococo's. He touches his finger to his nose and points at me. That's the one. Yeah, we can stop by Rocky's. Sweet, then I'm in. Great, turn off your phone, pull out the battery, and we'll be on our way. Huh? They can track us. Chances are, they already are. This is the last place I want them to know about, so that means we get rid of anything that tells them our location. What about the Hummer? Manny asks. Huh? The Hummer has a GPS too, can't they track that? Crap, I forgot about the car. I hold out my hand to him. Can I borrow your phone for a second? When he gives it to me, I dial a number from memory, then put the phone on speaker. After 2 rings, a man answers, his voice laced with a Tongan accent. Cecil's combat camp. How can I help you? Hey, Eddie, this is Aleasha Summers. Is Cecil in? Aleasha, wow, girl. You're a sound for sore ears. How you been? Good, man. I'm coming into town and I wanted to drop by to say hi. Is Cecil there? Yeah. When are you planning on swinging by? Whenever Cecil is there. That's why I want to talk to him. I roll my eyes at Manny and he grins. I thought we could catch up when I got there. It's more fun talking face to face. Let me go get him. A few seconds later, Cecil's raspy voice answers. Aleasha, is that you? Hey, Cecil. Well, I'll be a flying billy goat. It is you. Wow, I didn't realize how much I missed you till you answered, I say, closing my eyes and soaking up the sound of his voice. I've missed you too, Ish. When are you coming to see me? How does 3 hours sound? Will you be around? I think I can make that happen. Where do you want to meet? I was hoping I could meet you at the gym. I wince at the phone. I need to ask a favor, though. Anything, sweetheart. What you need? Can I buy your car? Actually, I was hoping to trade straight across for mine. You want my old jalopy? It's like 20 years old. You don't still have your bike, do you? That thing is a death trap. Actually, I have a Hummer now. There's a pause at the other end of the line. Then why do you need my car? Is something wrong? I'd rather talk about this in person. More silence. Okay, I'll see you in 3 hours. Don't be late. I don't like worrying. Tears prick my eyes, and I break into a grin. Man, it's nice to hear a voice from the past, from before all this craziness started. Yes, sir. Click. 3 hours and 12 minutes later, Manny and I pull into the gym parking lot where it all started. This is where I sparred with Drew when he was trying to recruit me for the agency. This was the first time I landed a punch to his face. It was totally worth it, especially in light of everything that's recently come to life. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll get the chance to punch Drew again. Deja vu hits me like a tsunami. I stare at the old building, feeling as if I'm having an out-of-body experience. You okay? Manny says, his voice drawing me from my stupor. Yeah. I clear my throat and smile. It's been a long time, that's all. I open the door and scan the parking lot, looking for anything or anyone that may be suspicious. I don't like going back to a place the agency knows about. I don't know what Randy and Drew's reactions are going to be once they discover I'm gone. Best to keep moving forward if possible. I open the glass door to the gym and close my eyes, inhaling the dank, sweaty scent of testosterone. Man, I've missed this place.
Chapter 12. Code cracking. Nathan. Warmth and giddiness rush through my veins, like a kid standing at the top of the stairs getting ready to see what he got for Christmas. It's like we're going to drag Aleasha back from her grave, in a non-creepy sort of way, though. Yeah. No zombies in this story. I remember the envelope. What about the riddle? Does that have anything to do with her? Or is it something else? Do you think my dad is alive too and faked his death too? Drew gnaws on his lip. I don't think so. He held on to your family as long as he could, even if it meant risking death. I don't think he would have changed tactics now. I nod. Makes sense. I pick up the page and look at it again, searching for clues. There's no date on the page. It could have been written any time. Or the handwriting could be a forgery, Drew says. Nah, that's my dad's handwriting. I'd know it anywhere. Maybe it's an excellent forgery. Let's not rule anything out, okay? Fine, I won't completely discount it. Yet. He stares at the paper again. What does the riddle mean? I grab the laptop off the counter and bring it with me to sit next to Drew, who is still nursing one arm. Do you want some ice or something for that arm? Did you break it? He waves me off. I'm good. I've already had it checked out and it's not broken. It'll just take time to heal. I open the laptop and wait for it to flash to life. My dad used to create riddles and treasure maps for me and Aleasha all the time when we were kids. Nearly every weekend we'd be off on some sort of adventure. Geocaching was my favorite. Aleasha liked the fun tourist traps we'd end up at by the end of the hunt. If I had to guess, I'd say all the numbers have significance. I place the paper on the coffee table in front of us so we can both decipher it together. 400 Broads. That sort of sounds like a street address, Drew says. I type the phrase into Google. The results don't bring back anything of significance. Nada, I say. What's the next part of the riddle? 605 feet to get a good view of space, Drew says. But space is capitalized. It shouldn't be, I say. Drew's head bobs up and down. That must mean something. I tap my finger on my lower lip. 605 feet, not 600 or 610. I type in 605 feet in space into Google, then press enter. Bingo. Did you get something? Drew leans over to get a look at my screen. Space Needle? Are you sure? I point to the right of the screen. Look at the address. 400 Broad Street. The Space Needle is 605 feet tall. What about the other clues? Drew asks. How many sets of numbers are there? 6. 3 on the first line and 3 on the second. Satisfaction bursts through me, making me want to do a happy dance. Coordinates, I say. Give them to me, and let's verify the Space Needle's location. Drew reads them off while I check Google, then shove my fist into the air. Yes, that's it. Whoa there, Drew says. Let's not get too excited. We don't know what this means. It means we're going to Seattle. Not necessarily. Simon is still out there. For all we know, Simon was the one who made this forgery. They were best friends before they were enemies. Plus, we don't know who else knows you're here, or if this is just a ruse to get you out of the house. We need to consider going deeper off-grid. Hold up. You just said we were going to find Aleasha. Now you're changing your mind? It's not as simple as just getting into the car and driving down the street to her house. We have to think this out. I have thought this out. I've spent the last week looking at all the angles, considering my options, worrying about Simon, and strategizing my moves and how I will find her. I shake the letter in front of his face. This letter is freaking heaven sent, and I would be stupid not to follow it, even if it is Simon behind it. What are you talking about? The last thing we want is Simon on our trail. I disagree, I say, folding my arms over my chest. He's looking for Aleasha too. If this letter doesn't pan out, then we can use Simon to help us find Aleasha. He probably has more leads than we do. Drew's lips become non-existent, and he narrows his eyes at me. You're going to use her as bait? Not necessarily, but I'm looking at all my options, Drew. I stare at him long and hard. Do you have a better idea? Someone from the agency you trust with your life? He looks away and shakes his head. I'm AWOL. They're looking for me too. I blink several times. What does that mean? Why? He stares me straight in the eyes as he says, It means I have doubts about people in the agency, and I'm here to make good on my promise to your dad that I will keep you safe at all costs. I square my shoulders. I'm following the clues on this note, with or without you. Absolutely not. This note should be proof that something funky is going on in the agency. Nobody should know about this place, and yet here we are with a note, delivered to your doorstep. He shakes his head. I think there's a mole in the agency, and I don't want you going back until we figure out who it is. There's also evidence that people had been here maintaining the cabin since my dad died, I say. Someone comes here often. This place isn't as secret as you and I thought it was. Staying here isn't any safer. Plus, how can we find the mole if we don't work for them anymore? He shakes his head and rolls his eyes. Oh, ye of little faith. Do you think I'm going to let something as little as employment and national security get in my way? He snorts. Semantics. I point to the paper. We need to follow this lead. No, you need to let me get you out of here and to someplace nobody will find you. I shake my head. He sighs and looks heavenward. When Drew looks at me again, he says, Do you trust me, Nate? Excuse me? Do you trust me? I promise to watch over you no matter what the cost. But if I look at things from your perspective, things have gotten really sticky real fast. You find out from someone other than me that I've been lying to you about Aleasha. I tell you I'm AWOL, and then I insist on going deeper underground where nobody can find you. If I were in your shoes, I'd be taking a step back and asking myself if I should trust me too. The thought did cross my mind. More than once. I've told you my side of the story. I've explained why I did the things I did, and I've been as honest and upfront as I can be. Now it's up to you to decide whether to trust me. I can't do this without you, and I'm in no condition to fight you every step of the way. He hands me the riddle. I'm gonna go take a shower. Think about it, man. Drew turns and limps to the far side of the room and through the doorway to the bedrooms. A few minutes later, I hear a door close and the shower turn on. I slump onto the sofa and stare at the handwriting on the paper in my hands. Could this be a forgery? How did they find me? When Drew returns, he sees I haven't moved. He's wearing a clean pair of pants, but his shirt is off, giving me full access to the extent of his injuries. Yellowish-purple marks cover his chest, arms, and neck, as well as 3 cuts that slash down the side of his body and chest, held together by stitches. Drew studies my face. They want you badly, Nathan. They did that to you? To get to me? Yes. And you told them nothing? Not a peep. After several moments, I nod. I trust you. The real question is, do you trust me? What do you mean? I don't know how that courier found me. And I don't know if someone forged this riddle, or if it's from my dad. But I know in my heart of hearts I need to follow this clue and find out what's going on. Otherwise, we'll be in hiding forever. If you want to run away, I'll understand. But I need to do this, and I'd like for you to come with me. Drew runs a hand through his wet hair. You may feel good about it, but I don't. There are too many unanswered questions, too many ways this can go bad. You don't have to come, but I'm going with or without you. Why? Why are you willing to risk your life? The possibility that Simon might find you again. Is it worth your life, or mine, to satisfy your curiosity? It's not curiosity. I just know. This paper, I wave it in front of him, is the key to figuring out what the crap is going on. It's an invitation to jump down the rabbit hole and figure out how messed up this whole agency thing is. He clenches his jaw several times. There's no way I'll let you go alone, even if I am a gimp. At least I'll be a second set of eyes. Relief washes over me like a warm waterfall. Sweet. Drew makes a face. It doesn't mean I have to like it. Get some sleep, Drew. We head out in the morning. Get some sleep, Drew. We head out in the morning, he mimics in a high-pitched voice. I grin again. Keep that up and you'll be sleeping on the couch instead of my bed tonight. Drew groans and slowly raises himself from the couch. Psht. You can keep your stupid bed. I've got my own. But there's only one bed in the whole cabin. He winks. Says you. Drew hobbles to the stairs leading to the coat closet by the basement, where there's a hook just inside the door, with a scarf hanging on it. Drew twists the hook 90 degrees, and the wall next to the door ripples, as if it were water. He takes his hand and places it on the ripples, then pushes them to the side, revealing more of the camouflaged material I'd seen at the shed where I'd met Randy, and a door on the other side. He opens the door to reveal a bedroom office the size of mine, but with a corner computer station with several monitors. Isn't anything what it seems around here? He grins. Nope. You could live here for a decade and still not know all its secrets. Oh. And I've been the one adding books and keeping the cabin up to date so nobody else will be creeping into the cabin in the middle of the night. I don't know whether to be impressed or scared, I say. Be afraid. Be very afraid. He chuckles. Good night, Nate. Good night, I say. Be ready by 6 in the morning. Drew groans and then closes the door. I grin at his door in turn, heading to my room to pack my stuff and get ready for our new adventure.
Chapter 13. Blast from the Past. Aleasha. I step into the building and Eddie immediately zeroes in on me from his spot at the front desk near the door. If it's possible, I think he's gotten bigger and wider. That's saying something when you're a 6'5" Tongan who wears tank tops, because good-fitting t-shirts are hard to find. Eddie breaks out into a massive white grin that engulfs his tanned face and flashes a dimple. Aleasha, you're here! He scoots around the desk in 2 steps, and I cringe for impact. The giant Tongan runs to me, crushing me in a bear hug and lifting me off my feet. I push against his chest, gasping. You're gonna squeeze me to death. He pulls back enough to look down at me, then pets the top of my head. I will love her, and pet her, and call her George. Let me go! I wiggle in his arms, and he loosens his grip, but not enough to let me drop to the ground. He holds his hand out to Manny, who is laughing next to us. I'm Eddie. Manny, nice to meet you. So, you've been taking care of our Aleasha? Eddie says, finally dropping me to the ground and draping a muscled arm over my shoulder. Manny darts a glance in my direction. Your Aleasha? Yeah. See those metal monstrosities in the corner? Eddie points to a half-dozen trophies ranging in size from 12 inches to 6 feet in height. Those are hers. Manny glances at the trophies, then his head swivels to look at me. Holy cow, you won those? I didn't think trophies got that big. The venue has to be big enough, and it depends on which discipline she was using at the time, Eddie says. But yeah, that's all Aleasha. Cecil has a shrine of paper clippings in the back. You never said anything, Manny says, almost looking hurt. I lift an apologetic shoulder. What was I gonna say? I don't know, but still. I shake my head. It's in the past. Eddie snorts. Don't tell Cecil that. He'd lay you over his knee and smack some sense into you. Is Aleasha here? Someone calls from across the gym. A man with white hair limps toward us, grinning from ear to ear and walking with a cane. You're late, Missy. By 12 minutes, Cecil. What's with the cane? Cecil bonks me on the head with the cane. That's what. He turns to Manny. You're not the same boy who whisked her away from here. Who are you? Manny darts a look at me. Drew, I say under my breath, my mood suddenly souring. He holds out a hand to Cecil. I'm Manny, a friend. Friends are good. Aleasha can use more friends. She used to spend way too much time here beating the tar out of my fighters. She sent many a fellow home emasculated. I can't say that any of them miss her. I grin. If they weren't such easy targets? Eddie barks laughter, and several guys turn to look at us. I wince, half hiding behind Eddie. Shh, I don't want to attract any attention. Cecil's eyes darken, and he leans into me. I knew it. You're in trouble, aren't you? Is it that boy who came in after you? I don't know, but I do know that I don't want him or anyone else he works for finding me. I glance at Manny. I think they might be tracking me. Eddie growls, and I'm startled by how the timbre of his voice sends chills down my spine. Hey, big guy, don't get bent out of whack, I say to the Tongan. I'm just taking preventative measures. And that's why you want to switch cars? Cecil asks, raising his brows and looking down his nose at me. My car has GPS in it, and I don't know if they are using it to find me. I don't want to take a chance. By the time I figure it out, it'll be too late. Cecil presses his lips into a thin line. My car is on its last leg, honey. It's not fit to leave the city, but I have a friend across town who might be able to help. I'll trade you, Eddie says, resting a heavy hand on my shoulder. I just fixed my car up, so she's good to go. You will? But Eddie? No buts, girl. Do you think Cecil gets to corner the market on good deeds where you're concerned? He shakes his head. Just shut up and say thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie, I say in a sing-songy voice. He pats me on the head again. Good girl. Let me show you my truck. Then you can give me the keys to your bike, and we'll be square. I didn't bring my bike, though I would have paid good money to see you on it. Eddie narrows his eyes at me. Then what did you bring? The Camaro? His eyes light up. I'd totally trade you for that. I walk out the front of the gym and gesture for him to follow. Let me show you. Then you can decide whether to renege. Eddie and Cecil follow me out of the parking lot. Eddie's jaw drops when he sees the chromed-out black H1 Hummer parked away from the other cars. You're kidding me. That's your car? My Camaro got vandalized, so I upgraded. And you want to trade? With me? I pull my keychain from my pocket, pushing the button to unlock the doors. Yeah. Eddie snatches the keys from my hand. Done. No trade-backs. He laughs as if he were the devil on steroids. Manny chuckles. You don't have to convince him, do you? Do you blame him? I ask, snickering. Actually, no. If I'd known you were in the mood to trade, I would have offered my beast. I point to Eddie. I've got to transfer our stuff before it's official. Where's your truck? He pulls a lanyard out of his pocket, then throws me my keychain, minus the Hummer fob. I'll bring it around for you. He jogs around the corner of the gym. A few seconds later, an engine rumbles to life. Manny's eyes light up. That sounds gnarly. It's a beauty, Cecil says. He poured his heart and soul into restoring it. A 1970s Chevy truck, dripping with chrome and a shiny olive green paint job, turns the corner and rolls to a stop in front of us. Eddie opens the driver's door, letting the engine rumble in idle, and steps out of the truck. Manny hops through the open door and onto the driver's seat. He strokes the steering wheel and the black leather upholstery. "I'm driving." "I guess we'll take it," I say, rolling my eyes with a grin. Eddie rubs his hands together. "Yes." He eyes his truck and rubs his chin. "You'll take good care of her, won't you?" "Absolutely," I say. I know a thing of beauty when I see it. A few minutes later, our stuff is in the back of the Chevy, and I'm shaking Eddie's hand, exchanging handwritten bills of sale. "You wouldn't want to sell me your phones too, would you?" I ask Cecil and Eddie. "Phones?" Eddie asks. "Same problem. GPS," I say. "Yeah, sure." Eddie pulls one from his shirt pocket and hands it to me. "You'll have to explain it to my girlfriend, though. She won't be happy when another woman answers her boyfriend's phone." I put a wad of bills in his palm. "I guess you'd better be nice to me then, huh? I now have the power to make your life miserable. Or at least give your girlfriend a reason to make your life miserable. So can I. Be nice, or I'll tell everyone about that time in North Carolina at the Junior Olympics when you..." "You wouldn't," I say, abruptly serious. Eddie cocks his eyebrow, an evil glint in his eye. "Wouldn't I?" He rests a large tan arm on Manny's door and wags his brows. Eddie turns and leans into the cab of the truck, getting Manny's attention. "So there was this time Cecil and I took Aleasha to North Carolina and... I know where you live." I lunge for him, yanking him away from Manny. "You promised you wouldn't tell." Eddie breaks into peals of laughter. "Come on, girl. You know I'd never rat you out. You're like a little sister to me." "Sorry. It's been a crazy week." I slump against him, a sweaty mess. I am so out of shape. I need to work my endurance back up. I wrap my arms around his massive waist and rest my head on his shoulder. "Thanks, man." He pats my back. "Anything for you, Ish." Cecil and I exchange phones, hugs, and money, while Manny and Eddie shake hands. "You take good care of her, you hear?" Eddie says to Manny. "I wouldn't dream of letting anything bad happen," Manny says, stroking the steering wheel again. "Nah, man, not the car, the girl." Eddie drops his chin and gestures to me. "That girl is a beast. She's fearless. If she's on the run, it must be the devil himself after her. Don't let him touch a hair on her head, or you'll have to answer to the two of us." Eddie jerks his head toward Cecil. "Don't let that gray hair fool ya. When he gets pissed, Cecil makes John Wick look like Little Bo Peep. You don't want to get on his bad side." Manny's mouth forms an O, and he swallows. "I'll guard her with my life." "Good." Eddie points to the gym. "You know how to find me if you need anything else, and we'll text you our new numbers in case you need anything." Then he grins. "But for now, I'm gonna go show off my new ride." I hug Cecil one more time. "Be safe, honey," Cecil murmurs in my ear. "I'll pray for you." I need all the prayers I can get. And thank you for everything. Cecil nods, then steps out of the path of the Chevy. I slip into the passenger side and pull the seatbelt over my shoulders. I wave one more time as we pull away, then turn to Manny. "Let's get as far away from here as we can."
Chapter 14. Unanswered Questions. Nathan. I spend the night tossing and turning in bed, haunted by questions about the envelope. Eventually, I realize that sleep isn't in the cards tonight, so I swing my feet over the bed and onto the cool surface of the wood floors, then trudge into the kitchen. The scent of chocolate fills the cabin as I make myself hot cocoa and fill a large mixing bowl with cereal, dousing it with a healthy dose of milk made from powder. It's not my favorite, but it'll do for now. With a mug in one hand and the bowl in the other, I sit at the counter, open the laptop, and wait for the screen to flash to life. I take a bite of cereal, trying not to gag on the milk, then plot out a course to the Space Needle, noting several alternate routes should we run into unexpected trouble. Then I grab a pen and paper and write down any nagging questions. Who sent the message? Dad? Is he alive? If he is, how about Mom? Who is Simon, and why is he hunting me? How do I get him to stop? How can I be prepared in case he's the one behind this letter? Should I contact Randy? Can I trust him, or anyone else from the agency? Is Drew manipulating me? How did the courier find me at the cabin? Are we safe? How do I find Aleasha? Drew shuffles in a few minutes later, his hair standing up in all different directions, like he'd put his finger in an electrical socket. He's rubbing his eyes and yawning. What time is it? I don't know. I fold my paper, slip it into my pocket, then check the laptop. 3:30 in the morning. What are you doing up? I couldn't sleep, so I decided to plot a course for Seattle. He grunts. Well, I was sleeping just fine until I heard clunking. Sorry. He waves his hand in the air. I normally don't sleep well either. I used to call my girlfriend, or whatever. He runs his hand through his hair and then sighs. Now I'm not sure what to do. Your girlfriend? You mean Aleasha? Drew's face turns as red as the inside of a watermelon. Yeah. I take another bite of my cereal to keep from having to continue this conversation. I instantly regret it. Perhaps cereal and powdered milk aren't a good idea after all. Drew sinks into a chair and props his elbows on the table, resting his head in his hands. I'm such an idiot. I'm so lost without her. That girl is amazing. She's like flying without wings, diving off a cliff into the ocean, and being snuggled by 100 puppies all at once. She is strong and vulnerable and passionate. Aleasha is strangely complex, yet I've always known where I stood with her. She offered her heart to me, and I took advantage of her trust, trying to fulfill all these promises. I arch an eyebrow. You took advantage of her trust? How are you still living? That girl holds grudges. Drew pales. She does? I shrug. Could be a sibling thing too. I mean, I'm still living, right? She only tortured me within an inch of my life a couple of times. All the wounds have healed, at least the physical ones. Drew narrows his eyes. Are you mocking me? I smirk. Maybe. He shakes his head and rubs the back of his neck. Sorry I said anything. I sip my hot cocoa and glance around the cabin. I know I should say something, but what am I supposed to say? Yeah, my sister's pretty cool. You should totally date her. Not going to happen, especially after everything that's happened. When my mug is empty and Drew still hasn't said anything, I clear my throat and awkwardly pat his back. Sorry, man. I wish I had something to say, but I've never had a girlfriend. Drew's head shoots up. You're 15. How have you never had a girlfriend? I shrug and try to sip cocoa out of an empty cup. What about Riley? She likes you. My cheeks burn, and I fidget in my chair. It's not like that with her. I bet she'd let it if you wanted to. Stop. Stop it now, I say, pursing my lips. I'm just saying you can't run from girls forever. It doesn't mean I'm going to run to them either. He snickers. Don't run away. You'll just end up tired when they finally catch you. Looking to change the subject, I say, there's still some warm water on the oven if you want some cocoa, and you better be tougher than me if you're going to have some cereal with that milk. Powdered milk? Drew shudders. I think I'll pass on the cereal. He grabs a cup, makes his cocoa, and glances over his shoulder at me. It's not too late to bail on the treasure hunt. It's happening with or without you. He grunts. I push away from the counter. I'm gonna shower and pack a few things. Let me know when you're ready to go. Drew tilts his head to the ceiling. Really? At 3:30 in the morning? Why not? You're up. I'm up. We don't know who knows I'm here. I'm guessing the sooner we get out of here, the safer we'll be. Good point. 20 minutes later, we're bumping and jostling down the dirt road, while he white-knuckles his steering wheel every time the undercarriage of his car scrapes the road. I flip open the laptop and click on the map I reviewed earlier, then rotate the computer for Drew to see. I'm thinking if we take this route, we'll be able to get to Seattle well before lunch. That will give us most of the day to search the Space Needle for clues. You have no idea what you're looking for? Nope. But knowing Dad, it'll be hiding in plain sight. Why do you say that? It took me a week to find the library downstairs, and the way to access the stupid thing was an extra key on this keyboard. Drew leans over and looks at the keyboard. Okay, first off, how in the world did you catch that? Second, there's a library in the cabin? And third, how did you know to look for one? You didn't know about the library? I thought you said you were updating the books. I've been in that cabin a dozen times, and it's been in my possession for years. I was adding food, software, and tracking Simon. I have a small stack of authors I knew you liked in a closet. Some of those books in the library were published less than 6 months ago, I say. Drew stops where the dirt road meets the pavement and looks at me. How do you know that? Some of my favorite authors were on those shelves. I've been on a waiting list to get those books shipped to Grandpa's, but they've been out of stock. What, exactly, was in that room? Thousands of books, anything from warfare and military strategy, to math and quantum physics, to the classics, nearly every book from every fantasy author I've ever read, nonfiction, textbooks, you name it. It was heaven. Oh, and there was a giant computer screen for doing schoolwork and a file that said Summers on it. Drew turns onto the pavement and pounds on the gas, which pulls me into the back of my seat from its force. How did you get in? The house scanned me. Retinal, I think, then a fingerprint scan on the doorknob. The door to the library did? I shake my head. No, to get into the house the first time I was scanned. I just had to find the secret door. And how did you know to look for the library? When I opened the laptop the first time, a video from my dad that had to be a few years old automatically started playing and he told me to look for it. I didn't think anything of it. He used to send me and Aleasha on treasure hunts all the time. Drew's lips tighten, but he continues to look forward, concentrating on the road. I didn't leave a laptop for you. What else is on that computer? Are there any more videos from your dad? From what he said on the video, it sounded like hundreds. It's the main reason why I brought it with us. I don't want to lose them. Drew nods. Okay, tonight do you mind if we listen to a few more of the videos to see if they hold any other clues? Sure. It was weird hearing his voice. Comforting too. Drew slides me a glance. It's like a ghost from the past, isn't it? Yeah. I remember the first time I watched an old family video and heard my parents' voices after the crash, he says. I bawled, then rewound the video and did it all over again. I fell asleep listening to it. Yeah, it's crazy. We stopped to get more gas in Ellensburg. While Drew is pumping, I run to the restroom, then pick up some snacks to hold us over until Seattle. I toss him a bottle of Dr. Pepper, and he stares at the label for a few seconds before saying, Thanks. No problem. I slide into the seat, and he sits, taking a long swig of his pop, then staring at the bottle again. Everything okay? He glances over at me and attempts a smile. Yeah, sorry. Lost in thought, I guess. He puts the top on the soda, runs his thumb along the label, then we're off again.
Chapter 15. Remember When. Aleasha. Manny and I pull into Rocky Rococo's parking lot in the middle of the dinner rush. Manny rubs his hands together. I've got to say, when you said they made the best pizza of all time, I was skeptical. But I've been craving this stuff since last summer. I know, right? My mouth is already watering. We pull the front door open, and he allows me to enter first. We're instantly assaulted with classic Italian music and the mouth-watering smell of garlic and tomato sauce. There's a giant wooden canoe hanging from the ceiling near the salad bar, and rows of booths filled with people eating their meals. Thank you, I say as I pass him. The front counter girl gives Manny a once-over as we read the menu on the wall and smiles, a little too flirtatiously for my taste. Can I help with anything? She asks. I think we know what we want, Manny says. He glances at me. Same as last time? Absolutely. Sausage and pepperoni pizza, and a couple of... He glances at me again. I say, Dr. Peppers. Dr. Pepper, please. Manny fishes his wallet out of his pocket. I place my hand on his forearm. I got this. But... No buts. I've dragged you on this adventure, so I'm the one who pays. No. Yes. I cut my hand through the air and throw a couple of bills on the counter. Manny presses his lips into a thin line, but says nothing. The girl puts a couple of cups filled with Dr. Pepper on a brown plastic tray, then slides a plastic number and a napkin across the counter at Manny. Enjoy your meal. Call me if you need anything. Manny stares down at the napkin. Thank you. Tabitha Green. He flashes her a dazzling smile, then shoves the napkin into his pocket. I raise an eyebrow at the girl, but she turns her back on me and straightens some glass bottles of red peppers and Parmesan packets sitting by the pass-through from the grill. Manny grabs the tray and leads the way to a corner booth in a dim part of the old Italian restaurant. We pass by the well-stocked salad bar. Black and white family pictures with random scenes cover the walls. My favorite is the old man, with a thick black mustache and circular sunglasses, holding to the reins of a camel. We slide into the booth, each on our respective sides, and he hands me a cup. You okay? You have a funny look on your face. I'm fine. That's not what your face is saying. There's nothing wrong. I sip my Dr. Pepper. How does your pop taste? I think mine tastes funny. He drinks from his straw. Tastes fine to me. I bolt to my feet. Well, I'm getting a new one. I think I'm going to ask little Miss Tabitha for a new pop. Be back in a sec. I slip out of the booth, and Manny leans over the table, trying to grab my arm. No, Aleasha. I'm already halfway to the front counter, so I ignore him. Tabitha's eyes widen as I draw near, and she takes a step backward, away from the counter. She glances to her left as if looking for another employee for help, but she's the only one behind the counter. Can I help you? She asks, her hands fidgeting with the napkins next to the cash register. Yeah, my Dr. Pepper tastes funny. Can I get a new one? I slide the full cup across the counter toward her and she reaches out, popping the plastic top and straw off the cup and not looking me in the eye. Sure. Tabitha turns to the pop machine, pours out the pop, and presses a button to begin the flow of new brown liquid into my cup. I fold my arms over my chest and stare at her, giving her my best, resting bitch face. Tabitha bites the bottom of her lip, concentrating on the stream of soda and glancing at me every couple seconds, then back to the cup. I stare a few seconds longer until she starts to fidget. A wave of relief washes over her face when the soda reaches the top of the cup. She replaces the top and straw and pushes the cup across the counter at me, staring at the cup. When I don't grab the drink, she looks up at me, blinks a couple of times, then takes a step backward. There you go. If there's nothing else. She turns and hurries through a door to the kitchen area. I grab my soda, take a sip, then walk back to our booth. Manny watches me approach with his head cocked. What was that all about? Did you threaten her? She looked like she was going to wet herself. I school my face to look as innocent as possible. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just asked for a new drink. Uh-huh. What else did you say? Nothing. Nothing? Did I stutter? I say, raising a brow. Manny's face reddens, and his jaw pulses. Then, why is she freaked out? He says through gritted teeth. I don't know. I only asked for the pop and then waited. I didn't even get to say thanks before she was running through the door. Uh-huh. I didn't threaten her. Sheesh. A server brings the pizza to our table and pushes it toward the center, then hands us a couple of plates. Thank you, I say to the man, who nods, then makes a hasty retreat. I throw my hands in the air. See what I mean? All I said was thank you. You witnessed it. Manny places a piece of pizza onto a plate and hands it to me, then does the same for himself. I'm just saying, she seemed awfully freaked out. I grin and rock my brows. I know, right? Aleasha. She's probably crying in a corner somewhere, wondering if her tires are going to get slashed. Serves her right. That girl's got cojones to give you her number right in front of me. We're not dating, remember? Manny says, folding his arms over his chest. She doesn't know that. Yeah, well, I've sworn off girls who aren't spies. I hated lying. It sucks, doesn't it? I say with a sigh. I stare at my drink, poking at the ice with my straw. They know something's up, but you can't tell them what. He chews on a breadstick and nods. Rachel kept accusing you and me of having a thing because I spent so much time at your house. Manny sighs. I finally ran out of good excuses. I'm sorry, I say, wincing. Yeah, well, it's not like the relationship was going anywhere. Why? Didn't you like her? Well, yeah. But once you've experienced things like terrorist attacks, protecting national security, and near-death experiences, things like prom become significantly less important. True dat. I grab for a second piece of pizza. If I had my way, I'd get my GED and get out of here. Move on to bigger and better things. Manny slowly chews his mouthful of pizza. If you could do anything, what would it be? I haven't really thought much about it. I just know that high school isn't where I want to be. I want to be doing something more significant with my time. Like saving the world? He asks, a smile tugging at his lips. I toss a crumpled napkin at him. Shut it. You know what I mean. Okay. If you didn't know the agency existed, and you didn't have to do high school anymore, and you had all the money in the world, what would you do? I finish my second piece and grab a third, taking another big bite. I don't know. What would you do? Manny rests his back against the booth. Well, before you let me in on your little secret, I thought I'd end up an engineer or an electrician like my dad. Now I know anything is possible. It'd be pretty cool to keep doing what I'm doing, or to go into third world countries and topple governments or terrorist organizations. It seems like so many of them are giving Hitler a run for his money. I raise an eyebrow. Why not find the cure for cancer, or try to eradicate polio or something? Nah, there's too much red tape. It seems like 1 or 2 people are responsible for the suffering of hundreds of thousands of lives. Wouldn't it be easier to kill a couple to save the millions? He says. I'm not getting all philosophical on you with that one. I prefer to live in my world of black and white. I don't want to change the rules or make the rules or go rogue on anyone if I can avoid it. I'm not into playing God. I push my plate away, then take another sip of my soda, draining the cup. That's a slippery slope you're treading on, my friend. Yeah, there's just a lot wrong in the world, you know? Yeah. So, what would you do? He asks, bridging his fingers under his chin. I don't know. I'm the kind of girl who likes to know where she's going and how she's getting there. This flying by the seat of my pants thing is for the birds, I say. I used to think I'd go to the Olympics and throw hammer or jav. I shrug. I'm a lot like you now. Once you've fought off terrorists and saved lives, you realized throwing a stick super far isn't important in the grand scheme of things. This is the first time since joining the agency. I haven't had 6 things lined up to do before I fall into bed at night, Manny says. I do like that part, I say with a nod. I was getting burned out on training. Manny slides out of his booth and stands, holding his hand out to me. I guess we can't put off the inevitable much longer. Let's get to work. 5 more minutes. There's another piece of pizza in the pan. I reach to grab the piece, but Manny slaps it away. I think 5 pieces is enough for you. Are you calling me fat? Absolutely not. Then why can't I have the last piece? I ask, arching a brow. Because we need to save some for the poor starving children in Ethiopia, you pizza hog. Come on, he says, wiggling his fingers. You won't find your brother eating pizza. I grab his hand and let him pull me out of the booth. Fine, but the 3 of us are coming back here for a celebratory dinner when we do. He pushes me toward the front door. Deal. Before we leave, I veer to the left and stop at the front counter where Tabitha is standing. She flinches when I slap my hand on the counter. "Can I have a small pizza box? We've got one piece left." Yes." She scurries to the boxes, then tosses one across the counter at me before taking another step backward. "I knew it," Manny says, nudging my shoulder from behind. "You said something." "I did not. In the corner of the lobby, a television is playing the news. On the screen, Nathan's picture fills the monitor. I turn to Tabitha. "Turn up the volume." She doesn't move. "Now!" Tabitha flinches and appears like she's about to cry. Manny runs to the TV and presses a button at its base until I can hear the reporter. "Nathan was last seen at school 4 days ago on the same day his grandfather's murdered body was found in their home. If anyone has any information relating to Nathan's whereabouts, please call Crime Stoppers. An award has been offered for any information leading to Nathan or the person responsible for his grandfather's death." Manny wraps his arm around my waist, practically holding me up. I clutch at his shirt, unable to rip my eyes off the TV. "Are you okay?" he asks. "That's my brother," I whisper. My legs turn to jello, and Manny grabs hold of me with both hands, dropping the pizza box. "Whoa, let's sit you down." I begin to shake. I'm breathing like I just ran a marathon, and my lungs burn until stars form in my vision. Manny guides me to a nearby table, sits me down, and pushes my head between my knees. He squats in front of me. "Breathe, Aleasha." I shake my head, pressing my eyes closed and feeling tears drip off my cheeks. "We're going to find him, okay?" he says, rubbing my back. My shoulders shake as I cry. When I finally straighten, he hands me a napkin. I wipe my eyes and nose, then take in a long, ragged breath. I just spent the last year thinking my little brother was dead, you know? And then I look up, and there's this picture I've never seen before, older than I remember him, and he's missing. Again, I just freaked out. If it had been one of my little brothers or sisters, I would have felt the same way, Manny says. They're a pain in the butt when they're around, but when you lose one, it rocks your world. I wipe at tears again as my throat constricts. Yeah. He grabs both my hands and squeezes them. Did I ever tell you I lost a little brother? My eyes jerk up and I stare at the pain etched on his face. No, I whisper. You didn't. Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. My mom got pregnant again, and it was going to make 5 kids for our family. I was already getting crap from my friends for having a big family, and here my parents were getting ready to pop another one out. Manny sighs and looks out the giant picture window facing the street. I was so mad. I couldn't understand why they'd want another kid, you know? It was embarrassing to have a big family and never have much money because they had to support all of us. Mom stayed home because it was cheaper than daycare. He drops my hands and runs his hand through his hair. Sometime during the pregnancy, she started having problems and was sent to bed. As the oldest, a bunch of the responsibility of taking care of the others fell on me. I kept getting madder and madder, hating that baby even more. I just wanted my old life back. I wanted my mom back. Manny moves to sit in the booth across from me and puts his elbows on the table, staring at the space between us. Then one night, a few weeks before the baby was due, my dad woke me up in the middle of the night to say something wasn't right, and they were going to the hospital. He had me stay with my brothers and sisters and said he'd call when he knew anything. The next afternoon, Dad came by, gathered us all into the living room, and told us that Mom had lost the baby. The umbilical cord had wrapped around his neck a couple of times, Manny says, his voice thick with emotion. She still had to deliver him, but she didn't get to bring him home. I reach over and put my hand over his. I'm so sorry. There was nothing anyone could have done to prevent it. It was a fluke, Manny says. Dad took us to the hospital to see the baby and say goodbye. He was so tiny. Mom's eyes were puffy from crying, but she put on a brave face. When I held the baby in my arms, It hit me how much I loved him. I didn't like him, but I loved him. He lifts his gaze to mine, his dark brown eyes shining with unshed tears. Does that make any sense? Yeah, it does, I say, squeezing his hand. Nothing was the same after that, you know. When you realize that life is fragile and those you love can be ripped from you without a second's notice, things that used to be important aren't. The rest seems stupid, doesn't it? Yeah. Manny wipes his eyes and stares at our hands. Sounds like we both grew up a little too fast, didn't we? I say. Yup. We sped past teenage drama and right into adulthood. I make a face. I don't want to adult. Too much work. Manny snickers. Too late. That's what I'm afraid of. I heave a deep breath, then stand. Manny follows me outside into the dark streets and asks, "Where to next?" "Let's find a place to sleep. Then we can plot our next step."
Chapter 16. Needle in a Haystack. Nathan. By the time Drew and I hit Seattle, we're fighting a pretty good case of stop-and-go traffic. I lean my head on the headrest and turn up the volume to the radio. I hate big city traffic. "You should see New York. That's insane," Drew says. No. I'll stay in the Pacific Northwest, thanks." "Why?" "Look around. Yeah, there's tons of traffic, but aside from Seattle, most of it is hidden by trees. You've got water and beaches everywhere, mountains, camping, hiking, and anything imaginable. Aleasha loved coming here every summer for track and volleyball. She'd win whatever she was competing in. Then we'd spend the rest of the weekend touring the city. We'd go to Pike's Place, the Troll Under the Bridge, the Duck Tour buses, whatever. We'd make a weekend of it. Dad would buy loaves of sourdough bread, and we'd people watch, then stop by Anthony's for the best clam chowder ever. Drew smiles. "Sounds like you guys did some pretty cool stuff as a family." "Yeah, Dad liked to keep us cultured. Aleasha was into that sort of stuff, but I was more excited about the tank museums and the Boeing plant." "So you were a boy?" "Yeah, pretty much." We take our exit and wind up and down several streets until we reach a hotel that's practically next door to the Space Needle. It's a boxy building that feels stunted compared to some of the high-rises we've passed. But once we got inside, the hotel was filled with crisp grays, vibrant whites, and modern furniture. Once we're checked in, we lug our stuff to the room. I plop my duffel bag onto the bed closest to the window that displays an impressive view of the Space Needle. Then, I set up my laptop on the desk facing the window and plug it in. Drew sits on his bed and stares at his phone but doesn't scroll or dial or anything. He just stares at it, looking like someone killed his cat. "Did you try talking to her like you did me?" I ask, secretly hoping he ignores me. He nods. "She threw water at me and had me kicked out of the hospital." "Dude." "Yeah. Have you tried writing her a letter? Girls like that sort of stuff. At least Aleasha does." Drew looks up. "She does?" "Yeah. I remember this one time she caught her boyfriend kissing another girl and she nearly leveled the guy. She was so mad. She threw all of his stuff in the dumpster and wouldn't even look at him. And he was our neighbor. It wasn't like she could avoid him or anything. So, one day he writes her this long letter and has me give it to her. I expected her to just tear it up or something, but she read it. Then she read it again. And she left him alone after that. I mean, I know you're hoping for more, but at least it's a start." Drew nods as if mulling something over in his mind. "It's like those pieces of paper have some magical power that says, 'Don't throw me away. I must be read.' If you want her to hear your side, that's your best bet." Drew cracks a smile. "Maybe I'll give that a try, if I can ever figure out where she is. I'm willing to do whatever I can." "In the meantime," I say, standing, "I'm so hungry, I'm about to gnaw an arm off. Can we eat? If I have to take another swig of powdered milk, I'm going to scream." Drew grins. "You're so needy." "You have no idea," I mutter, then say, "Afterward, let's go to the Space Needle." He sighs and rolls his eyes. "Fine." After we eat, we purchase tickets to the top of the Space Needle and stuff ourselves along with 15 other people into the elevator and zoom up to the top. I position myself near the outside window so I can admire the landscape. It's almost a flying sensation. Drew stands next to me. We gaze out over the harbor, teeming with boats and businesses hard at work to earn the almighty dollar. How long has it been since you've been up here? Drew asks. I'd say it was the June before the car crash. Aleasha had the state meet in Tacoma, and we did the Seattle tour afterward. You came up here? It was a tradition. Mom talked about how she used to live in the Seattle area most of her life and never went up. It wasn't until after she'd moved away that she did the touristy thing. We step out onto the observation deck and into a mass of tourists. Maybe now wasn't the best time to visit, I mumble. Maybe? But did you have a choice? Not really. We walk through the novelty shop filled with t-shirts, tiny Space Needle figurines, and Seattle memorabilia, then out onto the observation deck. The wind whips my hair and I smile. It gets windy up here, but it still smells like Seattle. What does that mean? Salt water and sunshine? I don't know. It just does. Drew nudges me with his elbow. Do you have the paper? I fish the paper out of my pocket, unfold it, and hold it out so we can read the clues together. It doesn't have any clues except for the ones to get me here, I say. Okay, let's get creative then. Your dad, or whoever gave you this note, is banking on you remembering something about the Space Needle. Let's walk around and see if anything sparks your memory. Good idea, I say. I'll try to reenact the last time we were here. I walk to the outermost edge of the observation deck and look over the edge to the ground below us. The people look like ants scurrying around in all directions. I gaze out over the water and watch a sailboat navigating the waves. Then I turn to one of the binoculars, fishing into a pocket for a couple of quarters. I drop them into the coin slots with a clink, then bend down to look through the glass, staring at the high-rise buildings and hoping to glimpse something interesting. Drew stands off to the side, staring out toward the skyline. It's a jagged mess of glass and metal, competing for attention with the rugged mountains and fluid ocean. He pulls out his phone and takes a couple of pictures of the horizon. I straighten and walk to the next viewer, looking through the glass again. Drew follows me. By the fourth set of viewing binoculars, Drew says, "Is this what you did the last time you were here?" I shrug. Yeah, pretty much. Mom and Dad and Aleasha were taking a ton of pictures and sifting through the t-shirts. She always had to buy a t-shirt wherever she went. I swear she had 100 of them. So, I'd make my rounds around the observation deck observing. Drew rubs his hands together. Now we're getting somewhere. Did you spend an inordinate amount of time at any particular binocular? How should I know? The deck rotates. They're never in the same place for long. Oh yeah, I forgot. He looks to his left, then to his right. How many of these things do you think there are? Binoculars? I don't know. 10 or 15? Well, let's start with them then. Why don't you go left and I'll go right? We'll cross our fingers and hope something unusual sticks out. Got it. Oh, and knowing my dad, whatever it is he's left for us, it's going to be small. Noted, Drew says, then walks to the nearest observation station. I have to wait in line before I can use the next binocular. The family in front of me has 3 kids, and each wants their turn. While I wait, I use my phone to take my own pictures of the skyline and to observe the other tourists. With my luck, Simon will rappel off the top with an Uzi slung over his shoulder and try to blow up the entire Space Needle. When it's my turn, I dig another couple quarters out of my pocket, drop them into the slot, then look out onto the harbor. I rotate the machine to the left, then to the right, enjoying the view until the time runs out and it goes black. I run my hand all along the outside of the binocular and down the long post that is attached to the deck, looking for anything that is loose or unusual, but see nothing. Someone behind me says, "Are you going to use that, or can we try it?" I look up to see a young couple with their arms around one another. They look like they're in their 20s, gazing at each other with googly eyes. Sorry, go ahead. I stand and brush off my jeans. Strike one. I move to the next monocular. This one is newer, an obvious upgrade over the older ones stationed throughout the deck. I shove my hand into my pocket and pull out my last 2 quarters, dropping them into the coin slot. Then I stare through the eye hole, gazing at the giant Ferris wheel in the distance. I try to rotate the monocular to the left to get a better vantage point, but it doesn't budge. I wiggle it a couple of times, but the device stands firm. Huh, that's interesting. I bend over and examine the hinge where the monocular attaches to the post to find the reason why it won't move. I use my hand to wiggle the monocular again, watching the hinge. A small, almost indiscernible piece of metal is wedged into the hinge to keep the monocular from rotating. I try to pry the metal out with my hands, but it's stuck tight, so I rifle through my backpack until I find my Swiss Army knife. Pulling the pliers out, I grab hold of the metal, then pull with all my might until it yanks loose, making me nearly tumble off the platform I'd been standing on. I place the metal in my palm and turn it over. Etched into the backside in tiny font is another set of numbers. Another coordinate. Drew! I yell, then look around, searching the crowd for him. All I see are strangers. I weave in and out of tourists, looking for his familiar mop of brown curly hair. I nearly pass him because he's hunched over, running his hands down an observation post. Hey, I found it, I say. Drew's head jerks up. You did? I nod. Let me see. I show him the numbers. Where's that? He asks. How am I supposed to know? Let's get back to the hotel and punch the numbers into the computer to find out. I shove the piece of metal into my pocket and follow Drew to the elevator. When we get inside, I move to the windows again, and Drew stands near the doors. As the doors close, Drew's eyes grow wide. He gasps and shoves me further inside the elevator. I slam into the glass facing the harbor. Behind me, someone pounds on the closed elevator doors, but the doors don't open. Instead, the elevator begins its descent. I turn around and straighten my clothes. What was that all about? Then I realize Drew is white as a ghost. What's wrong? I ask. He presses his lips together and glances upward toward the observation deck. They've found you.
Chapter 17. Solving Puzzles. Aleasha. The next morning, I roll over in bed. Manny is snoring in the other bed, with his back to me. More of a wheeze, actually, but it makes me smile to hear him. I sneak into the bathroom and shower, changing into new clothes and getting ready for the morning. When I crack the bathroom door and peek out into our room, he's still fast asleep. I leave a note on the end table between our beds, telling him I'm going downstairs to get some breakfast, then open the door to leave. There's a manila envelope propped against the door on top of a newspaper. It falls over, onto the carpet in my room. I pick up the envelope, ignore the newspaper, and walk back into the room, closing the door behind me. My name is written in all caps in blue ink. I undo the clasp and look inside, then tilt it to let the thumb drive fall into my hand. On the thumb drive, there's a post-it note that looks eerily like Dad's handwriting. The note says, "Families are forever." I open the hotel room door and poke my head out, looking both ways to see if anyone is in the hall, but it's empty. Then I close the door and stare at the thumb drive. Do I check what's on it? Or is it a virus or a trap or something? I walk over and nudge Manny on the shoulder. He grunts. I nudge him again. Manny, get up. He grunts again, but this time he rolls over, squinting at me. 5 more minutes. He shifts back to face the wall. I grab his shoulder and shake it. Manny, just a few more minutes, please. I tug on his blanket, but he grabs hold and tugs back, rolling onto his stomach with the blanket firmly wedged between him and the mattress. Seriously? I lean over and grab my pillow from my bed, whacking it on his torso. Get up. This is important. Manny grunts again, but this time I see the whites of his eyes. He sighs and says, "What's so important?" I thrust the thumb drive toward him. This was in an envelope leaning on our door this morning. Manny props himself onto an elbow and rubs his eyes with the other hand. His blanket slides down his torso, showing his bare chest. What is that? I glance at all the muscles and immediately avert my eyes, feeling my cheeks burn. It's a thumb drive, I say to him while staring at the wall. Have you read it yet? I wasn't sure if I should. There's a rustle of fabric from his bed, and I look over to see what he's doing. Manny swings his feet onto the ground, letting the blanket fall around his naked torso and flannel-clad legs. He catches me staring this time and raises an eyebrow. My cheeks burst into flames. Sorry. Manny yawns, then holds out his hand to me. Let me see that. I hand the USB drive to him, and he turns it over a couple of times. Was there anything with it? Just a note that says, "Families are forever." Do you think it's talking about Nathan? I don't know. The only way to find out is to plug it in and see what's on it. I grab my laptop and sit down next to Manny, painfully aware that he still hasn't put a shirt on. Be ready to bolt if this goes sideways, I say, then boot up the computer, then plug the thumb drive into a USB port, silently praying the thumb drive doesn't have a virus. A screen pops up with a video. It's dark outside, and there are thousands of distant lights twinkling on the horizon. What is that? Manny asks. Looks like a view from somewhere. I point to the screen where there are almost no lights. That looks like the reflection of water, so we must be looking out at a lake or an ocean or something. The picture continues scrolling horizontally. Well, it's not a small town, Manny says. There are skyscrapers and lights as far as the eye can see. Do you see any identifying landmarks? A familiar building? A mountain? Anything? I don't know. Wait, what's that? I point to a neon blue circle in the middle of the screen. I use my mouse to click on the dot and stop the panorama. Then I enlarge the picture. Manny squints at the screen. That looks kind of like a Ferris wheel. I lean closer to the screen. Yeah, I think you're right. I click my mouse, and the landscape rotates again. Big city, harbor, Ferris wheel. Hold on. What? Manny says, leaning into me and toward the monitor. What do you see? I point to the screen at two buildings that look like narrow boomerangs. Do you know what that is? Nah. I tap my finger to my lip, squinting. I've seen it somewhere before. Where was it? Hey, quit shaking your leg. Manny presses his hand on my knee, forcing it to stop bouncing. The warmth and pressure send a zing of awareness up my leg, forcing me to still. He nudges me with his shoulder. It makes it hard to see. Oops. Sorry. I was trying to remember. Trying to ignore his hand on my knee, I stare at the photo again. Wait a sec. That's the Microsoft guy's building. That's not the Microsoft building, Manny says. I think it's curved, but not like that. Not the Microsoft building. This is the guy's retirement project. Bill Gates? Yeah, he and his wife do tons of charity work now, so they have some sort of foundation. I think those are the buildings they work from. I minimize the box and go to Google, typing in Bill Gates Foundation. Bingo. I point to the screen, showing a picture of the same two boomerang-shaped buildings, but in broad daylight. Sweet, Manny says. Go to Google Maps and see what is nearby that is tall enough to see those buildings from above. After a while, I click on a link. Look, there it is. I click between the web page and the video on the thumb drive and back again. I think that's the exact same angle. What do you think? Manny tilts his head. I think you're right. Looks like we're going on another road trip. Chapter 18. Blood is thicker than water. Aleasha. I swear the traffic here gets crazier every time I visit, I mutter while turning into a parking space a few blocks from the Space Needle. Opening my door, I hop out of the truck, stretching my arm and rubbing my neck. I glance up where the Space Needle is looming over us, with large, puffy clouds dotting the bright blue sky and filtering the occasional ray of sunlight. It's as magnificent as I remember it. "You ready?" Manny asks, rounding the bed of the truck and walking toward me. I nod. Why do I feel like I'm looking for a needle in a haystack? Because you are. But if this is what you've got to do to find your little brother, then we'll do it. I nudge him with my shoulder as we walk. Thanks. That's what friends are for, isn't it? Yeah, but it's still a lot to ask. Forget about it. The sooner you find Nathan, the better. Manny's stomach rumbles, and he rubs it. But as soon as we find whatever it is we're in search of, you're buying me lunch. Deal, I grin. Sucker. We'll see who the sucker is when I order. We buy our tickets for the Space Needle elevator, and then walk toward a line of people that snakes around the base of the structure and out of sight. Seriously? Manny says, eyeing the crowd. It's going to take us hours to get to the observation deck. It's not as bad as you think. I think they fit like 25 people per elevator, and there's more than one. He scowls at the crowd as we find our place at the back. It better be quick, or you'll have to take out a mortgage to pay for my lunch. He gazes up toward the sky and folds his arms, placing his fist under his chin, then says to no one in particular, I think I'll have 7 triple cheeseburgers, 52 large fries, 12 chocolate milkshakes, large of course, 2 baskets of onion rings with tartar sauce, and 6 bowls of clam chowder, please. I roll my eyes. And for dessert, I'd like... Seriously? Are you going to buy lunch for the entire Seahawks team? Manny smirks. Depends on how long this line takes. Fine, I'll get you a snack at the top, I say. Will that make you feel better? It's a start. I roll my eyes again. Just keep moving. I don't want to lose our spot and have to start all over. When it's our turn, they fill the glass elevator to capacity. I stand in front of Manny, then I'm smooshed against him when they insist we add another group of 3. I lean against his chest and slowly knock my head against his collarbone. He coughs behind me. Stop that. Your hair is going down my throat. Sucks to be you, I say with a grin, then resume bumping into him. On the 3rd bump, he bends down and traps the top of my head with his chin. Your hair may look nice, but it tastes nasty. I try to wiggle out from under his chin, but he clamps down on my arms with both hands and leans into the top of my head even harder. Stop moving, you ornery cuss. The elevator doors open, and the tourists surge forward. I take a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air and the extra space. Food? Manny says, pointing to a vendor and rubbing his stomach. Oh, brother. I shake my head, and we walk to the vendor, ordering a couple of sodas. I hand him his and take a sip from mine, then meander out to the observation deck. Boats slice through the water below us, and the seagulls flutter in front of us, catching gusts of air and riding the currents. Wind whips at my face, causing the fine hairs around my neck to tickle my ears and goosebumps to form on my arms. I rub my triceps a couple times, then lean against the railing to get a better view of the landscape below me. Manny walks to one of the binoculars, inserts a few coins, and looks out over the horizon. After a couple of minutes, he stands next to me. What significance did this place have for you? I smile, gazing off into nothingness. We used to come here every year after track or volleyball, usually after state. There was one year when it was just me and my dad. I glance over at Manny and smile. Nathan and Mom stayed home because Nathan broke his foot. Dad took me to all the stuff Nathan hated visiting. The glass museum, the flowers at Pike's place. We went to the beach and skipped rocks into the ocean. Then he took me to dinner at the Space Needle. I point to the sky, just over the Ferris wheel. By the time we'd finished dinner, the weather had turned and we were in the middle of a lightning storm. I begged Dad to take me to the observation deck. When we stepped off the elevator, you could taste the electricity in the air. It was eerie, yet exciting. We stood under the roof for a long time, watching the lightning fill the blackened sky in jagged flashes. It was spectacular. Dad even managed to get a picture of me with a double bolt in the background. I grin. Some of my hair was standing on end. Then I walked to a wall at the entrance of the observation deck. This is where we took the picture. Dad joked that if he ever had time, he'd plant a geocache on the Space Needle because there were so many places to hide one. And now, here we are, looking for a needle in a haystack. Manny glances around. This place is huge. Can we narrow it down a bit? Why don't we start with places of significance, I suggest. For instance, when it rained, I preferred to stand in front of this window and watch the world rotate. I walk to a two-person table near the souvenir shop register that overlooks the observation deck, then sit on one of the empty cafe seats. Manny sits across from me. What are we looking for? It could be anything, really. It could be large or it could be small. I point to his chair. Dad could have hidden something in the hollow of that chair seat. Or under the table? He asks, a smile spreading over his face. Huh? Manny bends, reaching under the table, his brows scrunching with concentration. Then he straightens and reveals a piece of duct tape, turning it over to expose another thumb drive protected by a miniature Ziploc bag. Bingo! My mouth pops open. Seriously? You just did that? He grins. I just did that. Must be those Eagle Scout skills, I say, jumping off my chair and running over to hug him. You just saved us hours of searching. I shove the Ziploc into my back pocket and hug him again. You rock. Come on, Manny says, grabbing me by the hand. Let's take a picture for posterity. I let him drag me outside to the observation deck. He pulls out his phone, puts his arm around my shoulder, and pulls me in tight. Say cheese. Gouda, I say, wrinkling my nose. He nudges me with his hip. Quit making faces. At least pretend you're having fun. I look up and grin at him at the same time the phone clicks. Ha! Got one. He lowers the phone for me to see the picture. I'm smiling up at him, and he's grinning down at me. I've got to admit, it's kinda cute. Manny shoves his phone into his pocket, then grabs my hand again. Let's go find out what's on that drive. I let him tug me toward the elevator, weaving through tourists as we go. A few feet before we get to our destination, I'm nearly run over by a group of screaming kids racing through us to get to the observation deck. I stumble a couple of steps, letting go of Manny's hand to steady myself. When I look up, Drew is in my sights. He's standing in the elevator, talking to a guy partially obscured by a couple more tourists. I tense, grinding my teeth to keep from heaving the nearest object at Drew. When the passengers in front of Drew shuffle to the side to make room for another tourist, my jaw goes slack. Nathan, I gasp. Chills race down my spine and I bolt toward the elevator, leaving a stunned Manny behind me. Drew's eyes zero in on me and bulge. He lunges toward the elevator panel, punching the buttons as quickly as he can, and shoving Nathan behind him. The doors close before I can reach them, but I pound at the metal anyway. I turn, wild-eyed, in search of Manny, ignoring the people leaning away from me and shielding their children. Manny, he's got Nathan. I've got to get to him before they disappear. My eyes dart to the other elevators, all of which are closed. There have got to be stairs here somewhere. I survey the walls, looking for a sign to the affirmative. There. I point to a sign and run toward it. Manny follows on my heels. You want to go down all those stairs? If I wait for the elevator, they'll be gone before we get to the bottom. We'll be too tired to follow if we take the stairs. This is my brother. I'm not losing him now. I shove the exit door open. It doesn't take long before my quads are burning, and my lungs are screaming. A sheen of sweat covers my face. Gritting my teeth, I keep going, gulping warm air into my mouth with each step. Manny lags further behind me, but I ignore him, focusing on the memory of Nathan's face in the elevator. Finally, I stumble to the bottom of the stairs and push against the heavy metal doors, filling the stairwell with a shaft of sunlight. I put my hands on my rubbery knees, gasping for breath, while scanning left and right for Nathan and Drew. Nothing. Manny finally finds his way down to the base of the stairs and pushes me out of the way so that he can stumble to a nearby wall and lean his head backward against the brick, closing his eyes as his chest heaves in and out at a rapid pace. I turn my back on Manny, focusing on my surroundings. The air is thick with tourists, enjoying the unseasonably warm Seattle weather. Again, I scan the tops of the crowds, looking for Nathan. He's got to be here somewhere.
Chapter 19. Red Rover. Red Rover. Nathan. The doors to the Space Needles elevator open with a swish, and Drew pushes through the crowd, dragging me by the arm behind him. He glances upward toward the viewing deck, then to his left and right. Stay close to me. Drew's voice echoes an urgency I haven't heard before. We run about 100 yards, weaving around people before he stops in his tracks in the middle of a grassy area near a parking lot. I nearly run into him, stuttering to a stop. What's wrong? I look over his shoulder, and my stomach drops. The man of my nightmares is standing in front of us, about 20 feet away. I take in his tall, thin build, dark hair, the purple broccoli-shaped birthmark climbing his neck, and the ever-present sneer on his face. Simon? I breathe, resisting the urge to shudder. Drew curses under his breath. Doesn't he ever die? Apparently not, I say between gritted teeth. Several people flank both sides of Simon. I don't recognize any of them, but they range in age from early teens to mid-30s. They begin to maneuver themselves to circle Drew and me. Don't let them surround us, I say, turning so that Drew and I are back to back, keeping all of them in our sights. Do you think? Drew says under his breath. I try not to smile. Now is not the time to be laughing at his sarcasm. This is serious business. Drew nudges me from behind, and I turn. Red Rover, we're going on over, he murmurs. Adrenaline surges through me like lightning, readying me for the fight. Me against Simon was next to impossible. Me and Drew against Simon and 20 guys? I know Drew's good, but he's not that good. It doesn't mean we aren't going to put up one hell of a fight, though. Drew runs full bore at a blonde guy to our left, and I follow, letting him lead the way. A few steps before he reaches Blondie, Drew jumps and slams his fist into the man's face, forcing the guy's face to the side and knocking the guy onto the ground. Drew jumps over his body, but not before more guys converge on us. I'm pulled from behind, stopping my forward momentum. I manage to keep my footing and pivot, doing a 180 turn and wrapping the guy's hand in my shirt. I dodge the butt of a rifle and drop to the ground, swiping the man's legs out from under him. Then I roll to avoid a kick to the face from another, bringing the guy still holding my shirt with me. Instinct kicks in, and I jump to my feet. One by one, I dodge, kick, and incapacitate them. It feels like I'm being attacked by an army of giant ants, trying to overwhelm me by sheer numbers. Despite the surge of adrenaline, my energy starts to lag. I have no choice but to try to outrun them. With several men in pursuit, I run for a bunch of trees. Their footsteps get louder. A chill of fear grips my spine. I know they'll grab me any second. Then I'll be done for. I dig deep and press on, turning toward the science center and pushing into another crowd of people. There must be an exhibit going on. Dodging unsuspecting tourists and jumping the turnstiles, I get yells from the science center staff. Glancing over my shoulder, I realize only a few of Simon's guys got past the staff. I'm still not out of the woods. I veer to the side, up a ramp, and plunge through a line of people. More shouts from angry bystanders, but nobody tries to stop me. I'm inside the IMAX movie theater. The arched rows are only half full, and the lights are dimmed, waiting for the show to start. I bolt across the front of the seating area, but am attacked from behind, forcing me to stumble and roll over my shoulder. I regain my footing and block another foot, but can't dodge the blow to my ribs and face. It doesn't take long before I'm on my knees, my body screaming in pain, and my arms in front of me, blocking the brunt of the assaults from the 3 men attacking me. Several people jump from the crowd and onto the stage. They pigpile onto the 3 guys until they can't move. I'm still in the fetal position. A woman, probably mid-30s, blonde hair, and a thin build, grabs my arm. "Are you okay?" I nod, panting and wiping blood from my face. "Yeah, I've got to get out of here, though. There are more people chasing me." The woman's eyebrows furrow, and she tugs on my arm, helping me to my feet. "Hurry, the police are on their way." "Thank you." I stumble away, out the other side of the theater. Once in the lobby, I wipe more blood from my mouth and try to blend in with everyone. I shade my eyes with my hand, wincing at the sunlight, then scan the area for Drew. My side hurts, my jaw is screaming at me, and I've got a bit of a limp. But I don't have time to slow. I've got to get out of here or I'm dead. 3 more of Simon's goons charge into the theater. I turn and walk away from the building, hoping they didn't notice me. When I'm sure I'm out of sight, I make a beeline for the exit. Maybe I can backtrack and find Drew. "There he is!" an unfamiliar voice hollers. I freeze as if I'd been drenched in a bucket of ice water. Several security guards bolt toward me, and I'm off again. This time, I veer toward a large, leafy tree. Jumping, I swing up onto a branch, taking 3 steps before leaping off the branch and over a chain-link fence onto a paved pathway. More of Simon's goons materialize from behind a curve in the pathway. These guys aren't ants. They're freaking cockroaches. I bolt toward a bush and dive over it, rolling back to my feet and into a dead run. My stunt only buys me a couple of seconds before the goons are behind me again. I run over a grassy hill and through several picnicking families. As I pass one family, I grab a hard-covered tote and chuck it at the goons, making them duck. I dart to the right and into the Chihuly Glass Museum, shoving my way through the throng of visitors and security. I ignore the calls of the employees, instead pushing forward in search of someplace to hide among the groups of tourists and people taking pictures. Trying to find refuge in an entirely glass building was not my smartest choice. All around me, a rainbow of spirals and orbs bend and arch upward and out in all directions, creating a breathtaking glass, coral-esque minefield on raised platforms for all to admire. I feign into the center of a throng of tourists, hoping to lose myself in the masses. No small feat when you're 6'3". Outside, through one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, I see Drew running along a path, his eyes darting from side to side. Taking a risk, I bolt to the window, pounding a couple of times. Just long enough to get his eyes to swing in my direction before more goons materialize in my peripheral vision. I grab a nearby umbrella from an unsuspecting tourist and dart away from the goon's grasp, running several feet before I'm intercepted by a second and third guy. With nowhere left to go, I veer to the side, through a couple taking pictures, and onto one of the platforms. "Get off!" a deep voice bellows. At the same time, a goon swings for my feet. I dodge the goon, then maneuver my way deeper into the sculpture. Onlookers gasp, and I'm blinded by camera flashes. A goon climbs the platform. I heft the umbrella over my shoulder like a baseball bat and swing, smashing several sculptures into thousands of brightly colored pieces. The goon raises his hands to protect his face from the raining glass shards. Tourists scream and run for cover. I turn and jump off the platform, narrowly avoiding the guard. Surging out the doors of the Chihuly Center, I run right into Drew, who is holding his ribs with one hand and pushing his way through the line with the other. He grabs me by the arm. "Back to the car!" Somehow, we find ourselves nearly back to where we started, at the base of the Space Needle. We dart across the street toward the parking lot. Once again, we're intercepted. It's Simon. We're outnumbered 5-1. Drew lets out a long, low curse under his breath. I should be happy it's not 10-1 anymore, but the numbers still make me want to cry. "Give the boy up," Simon says with a sneer. Drew spits blood onto the ground. Go to hell. Simon turns to his henchman. I need the boy alive. I don't care about the other one. Then he jerks his head toward us. I do my best to fight them all off, headbutting one and elbowing another in the face. I use one guy to block a strike from his buddy. I subdue a couple, and Drew makes quick work of a couple of others. There are too many. We're too tired and too injured. I swear I must be moving at half speed and using only half my power now.
Nathan!
A jolt of recognition surges through me, and my head jerks up, looking for the source of the voice. A new burst of energy rips through me like a battle axe, annihilating any of my exhaustion. I would recognize Aleasha's voice anywhere. She's here! I level 2 more guys while I search for her. I nearly cry when I find her running full bore toward us with another guy by her side. The two split. The guy runs to Drew, and Aleasha comes for me. She barely slows when she reaches us, grabbing one of my goons and snapping his neck, then another, giving me a free arm to fend off others. I punch the goon holding my left arm in the nose, over and over, until he crumbles to the ground. I turn to address another goon, but they're already on the ground. Aleasha's warrior mask melts. Nathan! She starts toward me, her arms outstretched as if to hug me, but gunshots fill the air. She jerks to a stop and spins around. I search for Simon. Where is he now? In the distance, a couple of vans skid to a halt, and the sliding doors slide open, exposing more goons. This time, they have rifles slung over their shoulders. Aleasha grabs my hand and we run to Drew where he and the other guy are leveling the last of their attackers. More! I yell, motioning to the armed men behind us. Split up! Drew shoves Aleasha's friend away. We have to keep these two apart no matter what. No! Aleasha bellows, lunging toward me. I'm not leaving him. If you don't leave now, you're both dead, Drew says. Now go! Aleasha roars, looking like a feral animal about to rip Drew's head off, then punches Drew in the face. He stumbles backward a couple of steps, grabbing his bloody nose. He stares at her, blood dripping between his fingers. Then, without a word, she pulls her partner by the arm and calls over her shoulder at me. I'll buy you some time. Drew yanks on my arm with one bloody hand. Move. I've never seen him run so fast, and I'm having trouble keeping up. My lungs are burning, and my legs are screaming by the time we make it to the car. Sirens sound in the distance. He punches the key fob before we make it to our row. The car beeps, and the lights blink. I hear gunfire, and my heart drops. Aleasha. I glance backward. There are a couple of guys about 100 yards behind us. I open the door and collapse on the seat. Drew guns his engine and shoves the car into reverse, slamming into one of the goons, then shifts into drive and peels out of the parking lot. One of Simon's vans pulls out behind us. Buckle up, Drew says, wiping his nose with the back of his arm. It's gonna get bumpy. I buckle and grab hold of both armrests, holding on for dear life. The Audi's engine revs higher and higher. He races down the street, dodging cars, darting into oncoming traffic and onto sidewalks. I feel like I'm in the movies where entire blocks are decimated by crashing cars, blaring sirens, and screaming pedestrians. Our cars careen down the asphalt, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. Drew yanks on his wheel, swerving into oncoming traffic again, narrowly missing a Ride the Duck tour bus. I tense, preparing for impact, but he veers back into our lane, in front of the car we'd passed. He completely ignores a stop sign and catches air as he sails over the crest of a hill. I scream the entire time we're airborne. Sparks fly from the car's undercarriage when he hits the pavement again. Sheesh. And I was worried about some scratches on the paint. Behind us, several horns blare in the distance. Drew doesn't slow. After a few more blocks, he decelerates and glances in his mirror again. I think we lost them. Drew spends several more minutes winding through the streets to make sure. When I'm sure the threat is over, I put my head in my hands and lean forward onto my knees, my arms tingling, and my throat constricts with emotion. Aleasha is alive. Or at least I think she is. There was a gunshot. Drew wipes his bloody nose on his arm again. I glance over at him, and my stomach turns queasy. Blood covers the front of his shirt, down his pants, and onto his seat. He doesn't seem to notice, though. Instead, he forces a smile at me and says, "Yeah, buddy. She is." Drew turns on his blinker, then pulls into an alley off the street. He puts the car in park, then turns to me. It's the first time I notice that the gash on his face has been reopened. He's already getting black, puffy eyes, and his nose is swollen and bent out of shape. "She punched you," I say, half freaked out and half in awe. "Yeah, I'd say she isn't happy with me right now. I don't blame her. I'd punch me too." I lean back in my seat and stare at Drew long and hard, sorting my jumbled thoughts and emotions. She hates him, but she trusts Drew enough to leave me with him again. What is that about? "Nathan, I was prepared to die for you," Drew says, pulling a napkin out of the car's glove box and pressing it against his nose. "Simon had Aleasha hanging upside down above a giant pool of water, threatening to kill her if I didn't tell them where to find you. I had to choose between you and the love of my life, Aleasha, and I chose you." Drew's lips tremble, and he looks out the windshield. I had to sit there and watch Simon lower her into the water, while her haunted eyes never left mine. She found out that the man she planned to marry had been lying to her about her not-so-dead little brother seconds before she was lowered to her death. He wipes his eyes, then draws in a deep, shuddered breath before looking at me, his jaw pulsing. "The day after she got out of the hospital, she was looking for you." I want to cheer and scream and cry all at once. I stare out the windshield in numb shock, wondering what to do next. Do we go back and check to see if Aleasha survived? Wait for her to call Drew looking for me? Risk the chance of Simon and his horde of goons finding us again? I watch Drew's face for a long time, looking for some sign that he's fabricated his story, waiting for his demeanor to break. It doesn't. Nothing in his body language tells me he's lying. "Well, that explains why she nearly ripped your head off." I snicker. I've seen Aleasha pissed, but she was unhinged tonight. "You have no idea. I've seen the entire spectrum with her, and I thought I'd seen it all too," Drew says. "But this was new." He rubs his jaw. "I honestly thought she was going to kill me." "Meh, she's usually all bark and no bite." Drew raises an eyebrow. "Are you kidding me? Did you see how many guys' necks she snapped to get to you? I'll bet she didn't leave a single person alive after we left." I bite off a grin. "You think? She's never treated me as anything but annoying." "Yeah, well, that was obviously an act. Your sister loves you to the ends of the earth and back." "Yeah, she does. And I just left her there to fend for herself." My stomach sinks, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to throw up. I grab Drew's shoulder. "We need to go back. We need to find her." "We can't. We have to keep the two of you apart until Simon is out of the picture." "Come on, really? I thought we were over this. Why?" "I just know Simon is hunting both of you, and you must remain apart until he's apprehended or killed." "Why tell us the other is dead? Didn't Dad trust us enough to stay apart if that was what's best?" Drew raises his brow again. "Aleasha started searching less than 24 hours after being released from the hospital. A hospital visit, if you will remember, that occurred because she drowned, and her heart stopped beating." Drew chuckles and starts to run a hand through his hair, but stops, thinking better of it, and dropping his bloody hand back into his lap. "Quite frankly, I'm surprised she didn't break out of the hospital to find you. She's not fully healed yet, by any stretch of the imagination, but she isn't letting anything get in her way of finding you. She's a woman on a mission. Do you really think anyone could tell her to stay away from you?" "Probably not." I can't help but smile. Aleasha is alive and she doesn't hate me. She loves me. Exactly, Drew says. Why keep us apart? I insist again. I don't know. Your dad has been correct on nearly every other contingency, so we have to trust that he had a good reason for this too. I stare ahead for a few minutes, processing this turn of events. So we have to apprehend Simon in order to be a family again? That's my understanding. A plan begins to formulate in my brain, and I turn to Drew. Then, let's change tactics.
Chapter 20. Family First. Aleasha. If I've noticed correctly, my little brother has grown several inches and is a little taller than Drew, which would make Nathan unusually tall. I should be able to see him over almost everyone. I scan the crowd again, but don't see any blonde heads jutting above the others. I close my eyes and listen. I tune out the normal hum of touristy dialogue, children laughing, babies crying, or dogs barking. I listen for the crackle of walkie-talkies, or the sharp tone of people yelling, or barking orders. It's the unusual sound of several sets of feet running that causes my eyes to jerk open and focus on the IMAX theater. I run to the highest spot of a raised landscaping bed. Several men are running toward the IMAX. I get Manny's attention and jerk my head toward the theater. They went this way. Someone else is after them. Manny lets out a puff of breath, then nods. Lead the way. I tilt my head to the left, then the right. My neck cracks into place before I jump off the mound of dirt, through the crowd, and toward my brother. By the time we get to the IMAX, there are security guards swarming the building, refusing anyone access. I walk along the 7-foot chain-link fence used to keep customers from entering without paying but stop when I overhear a security guard's radio crackle to life. The boy got away, but we've apprehended the guy he was fighting with. Manny and I exchange looks. Where do we look now? He asks. No clue. The guard's radio crackles to life again. Disturbance at the Glass Museum. Looks like the same kid. I look right, then left, trying to find a point of reference, then tug on Manny's shirt. This way. We run toward the Glass Museum, but we don't make it inside there either. This time, we're a few hundred yards away, when Drew and Nathan race from the glass building toward a parking lot near the Space Needle. I point them out to Manny, then pick up speed when I realize they aren't alone. They're surrounded by a few dozen men, and one that seems oddly familiar. I curse not so quietly. It's the guy who killed Mark in the barn. The same guy who lowered me into the water in that warehouse and watched me drown to death. Simon. Unadulterated fear. Fear for my brother. Fear for Drew. Fear that I may not be able to save either of them. Consumes me, forcing adrenaline to surge through my veins like rocket fuel. I dart through traffic, barely even noticing the car hoods I hurdle and slide over, or their screeching tires. They slam on their brakes to avoid hitting me. I have tunnel vision now. Nothing matters except getting to Nathan. Somewhere along the line, I yell his name. I know this only because he pauses long enough to look in my direction when I call his name. We lock eyes for a fraction of a second before I am by his side. Someone's gonna protect my baby brother from these predators. It's practically instinct when I snap the first guy's neck, then reach for his buddy and condemn him to the same fate. When did I become a killing machine? That's a little tidbit I'll need to unpack later. Nathan flinches momentarily when he sees the damage I've done. Then he knocks out the person he's fighting. I punch someone's trachea, crushing it, and leaving him writhing on his back, then kill the last man standing in 2 blows. Nathan stares at me wide-eyed, and I reach out to hug him, but a gunshot rings out and I flinch, looking for its source. I grab Nathan's hand, pulling him toward Drew and Manny. They're finishing off the last of their attackers when we reach them, but there isn't time to revel. More, Nathan yells, motioning to the armed men behind us. I let out a long, low curse. They have guns. Of course they have guns. Why would I be so stupid as to think they wouldn't? Drew curses, then turns to Manny, shoving him toward me. Split them up. We have to keep these two apart no matter what. Fear washes over me like a flash flood. No! I scream, grabbing Nathan's hand in a vice grip. I'm not leaving him. If you don't leave now, you're both dead, Drew says. Now go. All at once, the frustration of everything. My parents' death, Madison, watching Mark die, losing Aunt Patty, knowing Drew has been lying to me, and now being unable to stay with Nathan. It's all too much. Something inside me snaps, and I let it all out in one hideous, rage-fueled roar of frustration. I haul off and punch Drew in the face. Not bad enough to break anything, but hard enough to make a point. I shoot Drew a look of death, conveying in a single look that I will be back for my brother, and if Drew lets him get hurt, I will take it out on him. I lay a hand on Nathan's arm for an all-too-brief second, then nudge him behind me. I'll buy you some time. I turn to face the unlucky souls who have kept me from Nathan. There will be hell to freaking pay. Aleasha, Manny says behind me. I roll my shoulders, counting bodies and scanning the parking lot for resources. Remember your training, Boy Scout. Before he responds, I bolt into action. I grab him by the shirt, pulling him with me toward a car and behind cover. We're out of sight, but Simon's guys are closing in. I pick up a couple of empty beer bottles, handing one to Manny. Everything is a weapon. Use engine blocks for cover. Keep moving. Trust your instincts. Manny nods. I'll draw as many of them away from you as I can. Got it? I say. He presses his lips together, and I see resolve forming on his face. Got it. Attaboy. I smile. It'll all be over in a couple of minutes. I point to a boulder several feet from our position. Head there. It's your best protection, and it will draw them away from Nathan and Drew. Manny nods. Ready? I ask. Ready. Go! I yell over my shoulder. Then I stand up and get to work. I dart out from behind the car a couple of paces, then start hurtling beer bottles, rocks, and trash at the enemy. I hit a few in the head, which causes them to stagger into others. Several turn toward me and fire while I take off toward the nearest tree trunk, slowly closing in on them. A few feet from the trunk, I scoop up a couple more rocks, turn and hurl them at the shooters, hitting another in the head. He grabs his face. This time, I don't stop at the tree. It's more like circling around the backside to flank them. A couple of men trickle after Drew and Nathan, and a few more converge on Manny, but they focus a majority on me, just the way I like it. Don't kill the girl, I hear Simon say. I'll never forget his voice. It still haunts my dreams and causes the little hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. I make a beeline for him, encountering my first bad guy before I get far. The guy has his rifle raised and yells, "Don't move." I ignore him, instead grabbing the rifle by the barrel and disarming him, hitting him in the head with the butt and knocking him unconscious. I don't stick around to welcome more company. Taking the rifle with me, I bolt to the nearest tree and turn off the safety. I drop the clip, check the bullet count, and slide it back into place. It's been only a few months, but Randy's training has made night and day difference. I use what he taught me, utilizing the trees and cars as cover, while systematically obliterating my enemy. Blam. Blam. Another one drops, and I move to another tree. Blam. Blam. My target hits the ground like a sack of potatoes. I try to keep my emotions in check, pushing them to the background, and treating this like one of the many urban training sessions Randy has pushed me through. Only when someone engages in hand-to-hand combat do I let my emotions boil over. Anger sears through me and into each blow. My punches are stronger, my screams louder, and my kicks swifter. I feel like Rambo, wading through bodies to get to the instigator of all this madness. Simon. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Manny holding his own. But he's surrounded, and it's only a matter of time. Just a couple more minutes, and I'll be positioned perfectly to take out the man who tried to kill me. The person that ruined my life and everyone in it. Blam, blam. Down goes the last man between me and my killer. I raise the barrel, aim, and... Aleasha! Manny's frantic voice jolts me back to reality. I must choose between Manny or Simon. It's not a choice, really. I swivel my rifle, squeezing off a couple of bullets. 2 men drop. Manny tries running, but stops when bullets ricochet off the asphalt in front of him. Sirens sound in the distance, growing louder. The thrum of my heartbeat pounds in my ears as I transition from a controlled, steady glide between trees to an all-out sprint toward Manny. With my rifle out of bullets, I slow just enough to drop it and snag another from a nearby body. Manny is surrounded. 4 men are left. I find the guy taking snipe shots and finish him off. Manny topples another guy before hunching over and darting away from an old sedan. A bullet whizzes by my cheek, and I flinch, glancing in the direction it came from. Boom! The car Manny had been hiding behind explodes into a giant fireball with black smoke billowing upward toward the clear blue sky. The rest of the bodies scatter, and the sirens sound as if they're nearly on top of us. I bolt to Manny, grabbing him by the arm and hauling him off the asphalt where the explosion threw him. He stumbles into step behind me. I toss my rifle into a bush as we exit the parking lot and out onto the public streets. Manny does the same. Winding an arm around Manny's, I glance up at him. He's gasping and sweat drips from his face onto the cement. We've got to blend in, I say to him. They're looking for runners, so we're going to slow it down and pretend like we don't have a care in the world. He nods and swallows, forcing his breathing to slow. We reduce speed until we're strolling, arm in arm like a couple of tourists. Our eyes continue to scan around us, looking for danger. When the police and fire trucks scream past us with lights and sirens, I tug Manny to me and kiss him, in a slow, unhurried embrace, bringing my hands up to his cheeks to shield our faces from view. His hands tighten at my waist, but I'm too busy checking behind him to see if anyone is following us. When the sirens are out of sight, I let go and grab his hand, tugging. Let's get as far away from here as we can. We're several blocks away before Manny asks, "Do you think we're free?" I don't know. I don't think we're going to get off that easily. We backtrack several times, but I force our strides to be unhurried. We end up at the Ride the Ducks tour buses. Let's get on, I suggest. Won't we be sitting ducks? He asks. No pun intended. I roll my eyes. Trust me. With my life, he says under his breath, then takes a seat while I purchase tickets. Soon we're sitting at the very back of an old World War II renovated military vehicle, listening to the history of Seattle, and laughing at all the tour guide's jokes. I glance occasionally at Manny. Fear builds inside me, like a soda that's been shaken. Something's wrong. A sheen of sweat covers his face, and he only offers a half-hearted attempt at laughter. The driver weaves in and out of insanely crowded traffic, pointing out the troll under the bridge and some of the livelier artwork around town. I keep a keen eye on the traffic around us to make sure we aren't being followed. Halfway through the tour, the guide explains how our bus is also a boat. I nudge Manny with my shoulder. Get ready to bolt. Huh? This is our stop. Manny presses his lips together, but says nothing, nodding his head almost imperceptibly. The bus slows at a ramp that tilts downward, gradually making its way into the water. When the back tires are nearly submerged, I stand up, step onto the window's ledge at the back of the bus, and jump out the window. Manny follows suit, splashing as his feet hit the cold water and stumbling to his knees. The bus stops, and the captain yells at us through his megaphone, but I pay him no attention, instead grabbing Manny by the elbow and hefting him to his feet, then up the ramp and out of sight. Now what? Manny asks, his breathing labored. Now we taxi back to the truck and go back to the hotel. He nods. It's the first time I see the splotches of red on his shirt. How in the world did I not see it before? Is that your blood? I ask, reaching for the hem of his shirt. He grabs my hand. Not here. There are still too many people. We need to get back to the hotel. No. I need to see if we've got to take you to a hospital. Manny squeezes my hands, and I look up from his shirt. He presses his forehead to mine. I'm sure a hospital isn't necessary. Call the taxi and get us to the hotel. How can you be sure? I just know, okay? I pull my phone out of my pocket and call a taxi, then grab Manny around the waist, careful not to hit any obvious wounds. I pull him close to me. Put your arm over my shoulder like we're cuddling or something, and I'll keep you steady, I say. No problem. I narrow my eyes at him. Don't get any ideas, bub. I wouldn't dare. I'd probably wind up with a broken jaw or something. Yeah, well, Drew had it coming, and I'm pretty sure it's not broken. He holds up his free hand. Of course not. You're not that kind of girl. Hey. Manny's chuckle turns to coughing. Ouch. We slow when we get to our designated intersection, waiting for the taxi. Manny leans against a nearby tree, then slides down the trunk until he's sitting on the grass, shading himself under the branches. I sit next to him, letting him lean into me. How are you doing? I ask. It's but a flesh wound, he says in a British accent. Monty Python? Really? Manny arches an eyebrow. Would you have it any other way? I chuckle. Probably not. The taxi rolls to a stop, and I stand. I hold out my arm to Manny and heave him onto his feet, then help him into the taxi and give the driver directions to our hotel. The driver glanced back at us several times through his rearview mirror, but says nothing. Manny leans his head against the headrest and closes his eyes. I take the opportunity to examine him a little more. There's a large red splotch just above his waist, and another one on his shoulder. One of his eyes is swelling, and his lip has grown to twice its size. His poor hands look like they've been put through a meat grinder, with scrapes on all of his knuckles. I'm so sorry, I murmur. I should have left you at home. Manny's eyes dart open. Don't. This isn't your fault. I insisted on coming, remember? Yeah, but... No buts. I knew the risks. And we found him. We lost him too, but we found him. It'll take some time, but you will have your brother back. My mouth twitches upward. Yeah, we did, didn't we? He looked pretty good, all things considered. He looked huge. That's what he looked. I thought you said he was your little brother. He is, but in age only, I say. He outgrew me when I was 12. Well, that explains things. Here we are, the taxi driver says, interrupting us. I pay him, then help Manny out of the car and into the hotel room, maintaining the appearance of a couple enamored with one another. We meander to the elevator, and I turn to face him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pretending to gaze into his eyes. How are you doing, Boy Scout? Livin' the dream, baby. Livin' the dream, Manny says.
Chapter 21. Gone Fishing. Nathan. So, what does the clue have on it? Drew asks after cleaning and supergluing his wounds shut. It looks like another coordinate, I say. Where is it? He looks over my shoulder at the screen. Bob Marshall Wilderness in Montana. Bob Marshall. I've heard of that. It's like 1,000,000 square miles, isn't it? I shrug, flipping the laptop open. Something like that. The coordinate is more specific, but it won't mean anything to you. Why's that? Because I typed in the coordinate and this popped up. I turn the laptop so he can see the screen, and it shows a river flanked by sheer rock walls and trees in the middle of a mountainous region. Drew's brows knit together. That could be anywhere. Exactly. But there was only one place we ever went when we visited the Bob Marshall, and it's a 4-hour hike from the nearest campsite. There's no way to describe the place or how to find it unless you've been there. And you know how to get there? Pretty much. It's been a few years, but I'm pretty sure I can get us there. The tough part will be finding the next clue. It's not like I have one specific spot to look, like we did with the Space Needle. Now our area is anything that falls into that hike and the actual fishing spot, We could be there for days if we're not careful. Are there any other clues? Drew frowns. Anything we can glean to narrow down the search? I don't think so. This time we're going to be relying heavily on our ability to notice even the most minute of details that are out of place. Drew closes his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. As if it really matters anyway, huh? At this point we could be sleeping on hot coals, and I'd be game. How long do you think the drive is from here? I turn the laptop back toward myself and type a query into Google. Nearly 550 miles. So, 9 hours? Only if you're driving Miss Daisy. I bet I can chop some serious time off that estimate. I suggest we get started tonight, in case they've made our position, and we can get some gear and bed along the way. I walk to my bag and begin stuffing clothes inside. Works for me. I can be ready in a few minutes. Good, I'll check us out.
Chapter 22, Stage 2, Aleasha. We're almost there, I murmur. Manny closes his eyes, then nods. The elevator dings, and the doors open. It's one of those mirrored elevators, probably designed to keep people from feeling claustrophobic. I tend to feel like a creeper, because everywhere I look, I'm staring at the people around me. We follow an elderly couple inside and resume the position, facing one another. This time, I gently lean my head on Manny's chest to appear as if we're hugging. Manny's chin rests on top of my head, and his hands rest on my waist. "Oh, isn't that cute?" the old woman says to the man. "Do you remember when we were like that?" I glance at the couple's reflection on the mirrored wall. "Huh?" the man says, raising his brows. "Like them." She tugs on the man's elbow and points to us. "Aren't they an adorable couple?" The man gives us a cursory glance. "No one could compare to you, my dear." "Oh, Henry, always such a charmer." She weaves her hand under his elbow and pats his arm. "Must be why we survived all these years." The elevator dings, and the couple steps out, leaving Manny and me alone. I move to separate, but he squeezes my waist with his hands. No. You move and I might fall over." "What happened to it's but a flesh wound?" I lied. "I'm kind of getting that picture." "Yeah, well, we can deal with it once we're safely behind locked doors." The elevator doors slide open, and I turn, pulling Manny's arm over my shoulders and putting my arm around his waist. I get a brief look at myself in the mirrored wall as we step out and do a double take. Glancing down, I find some of Manny's blood on the front of my shirt. More than a little, actually. Crossing my fingers that he doesn't collapse on the way to our room, I grab his hand and gently pull him down the hall to our door. His pace is slow and methodical, probably a combination of his injuries and all the craziness of today. Once inside, Manny eases himself onto his bed, and I help him slowly peel his shirt off. He hisses when we reach his wounds. Some of his shirt has dried to his skin, and I have to tug to unstick it. "Sorry." I wince, followed by a shudder, when my eyes rest on the gash in his side that he'd been hiding with his arm. His breathing is heavy, and a new sheen of sweat has formed on his skin. "Stay right there," I say, scurrying to the bathroom. "Not a problem," he mumbles after me. I wet a washcloth with warm water and unwrap one of the hotel soaps. When I return to him, I brandish my weapons of mass reconstruction. This is all I've got to clean the wounds. Manny grabs the washcloth and presses it against his side, but refuses the soap. "No, that will sting like a mother. Get the first aid kit out of my bag." "Duh." I slap my palm to my forehead. "Why didn't I think to ask you if you had a first aid kit? Do you also have a pink chihuahua with a purple fur collar?" He closes his eyes and tilts his head toward the ceiling, not even cracking a smile. "I left Fifi in my other pants." "That's it. You're fired." A faint smile forms on his lips. "Aha," I say, holding a bag in the air. He opens one eye. "Find it?" "Yeah." I bring the gallon-sized Ziploc bag with first aid kit written in Sharpie on the plastic. Atta girl. Hand it here. He pulls out a tube of disinfectant, super glue, bandages, and adhesive. Manny, I think we should take you to a doctor. Nah, I got this. He holds up 3 fingers. Boy Scout, remember? Yeah, Boy Scout, not physician. There's a difference. He puts the bag on the bed next to him and untwists the top of the disinfectant, puncturing the foil barrier at the opening. It looks like he nearly breaks a sweat puncturing the foil. I grab the tube. I'm serious. You need to get stitched up. Manny shakes his head. There's a really good chance they will be looking for us there. We can't risk it. The hell we can't, I say, pointing to his gut. That isn't a paper cut. It needs a trained professional. Manny holds out his hand, palm up. Give me the tube. No. Give me the tube, please. I scowl at him. You don't want me to get infected, do you? He asks. No. Do you plan on carrying me over your shoulder to the hospital? If I have to. The tube, please. I shake my head. Manny shakes his hand. Then give me your hand. I place my palm onto his, and he tugs me until I'm sitting next to him on the bed. His shoulder leans into mine, and he tilts his head toward mine until we're touching temples. He closes his eyes again for a long second, then says, I appreciate your concern, Ish, but we don't have the time or luxury of going to a hospital right now. It's not the time for heroics either. Shh. Manny squeezes my hand. Let's suppose that you get me to the hospital. Let's also suppose that they are looking for us. Can you tell me, after everything we just went through downtown, that they won't try to attack us at a hospital too? A place with closed quarters and filled with sick or immobile innocent bystanders? What happens if they bring more guns? How many people will they hurt or even kill? Manny shakes his head. I won't risk those people. Not if I can do this on my own. You don't know how bad it is. I know they didn't hit anything vital. It's just some flesh that needs to be sealed up. It looks worse than it is. I promise to have it checked out when this is all over, okay? I press my lips into a thin line. I don't like this. It's not my first choice either, but it's the best option. If I can't force you, then what can I do to help you? I say. Manny leans over and removes the rag from his side, checking the wound. Can you help me with the glue and disinfectant? I'll do my best. When we're done cleaning and dressing our wounds, I click the bedside lamp off next to Manny's bed and pull the blanket over him, smiling when I hear the faint sound of snoring coming from him. He'd fallen asleep shortly after our makeshift surgery. I managed to get some food down him before he passed out, but not much. He'll be starving by morning. And sore. Bruises already tint his tanned skin. I stare at him longer than I should. If he woke up and found me standing over him, it would be awkward. I can't help myself. I'm scared. Petrified, actually. And furious. How did I get here? My parents are dead. Drew betrayed me. My little brother, who I thought was dead, is in fact hidden from me and trained to be a, what? Agent? Fighter? Assassin? Manny is lying in bed, bleeding, and we're playing some deadly game of cat and mouse, being hunted by a virtual stranger who is obsessed with me and Nathan. Manny stirs and winces, then rolls over and resumes snoring. I wrap my arms around myself and stare at his face, resisting the urge to move the lock of hair that's fallen into his eye. I wonder about his family. I worry about his mother, hoping she isn't distraught about him. I send up a silent prayer that I can bring him safely back to his family. Heaven help me if I put his family through the same pain I've gone through with mine. They've already lost one son. Please don't let me be the reason they lose another. Turning away from Manny, I plop down in a chair in front of the laptop and boot up the computer. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but my mind keeps circling back to Drew. He's a liar, kidnapper of brothers, master manipulator, and the bane of my freaking existence. I can't even think about Drew without wanting to throw something through a window. If I find Nathan with so much as a hangnail, I will skin Drew alive and hang him by his toes off a cliff. I pull out the jump drive from the plastic bag we'd found under the table at the Space Needle and insert it into the USB drive of the laptop. I open the only file on the drive. As the file loads, the sound of running water fills the room, and a river appears on the screen. The water is greenish in color, but breathtakingly clear. I can see to the bottom of the river, which looks to be 40 or 50 feet deep, with several large fish peppering the view to the bottom. The river cuts through sheer rock walls for several feet, before leveling off into a mountainous landscape with a few sagebrush and giant boulders offering the only shade in the wilderness. I can almost feel the heat waves rippling off the boulders. The water mesmerizes me, and I stare into its depths, watching the massive fish sway against the current. The video feels oddly familiar, like the remnant of a dream from the night before. "Daddy, how much longer are we going to be here?" a young voice says in the background. My voice, from many years ago. How old was I? 10? 11? Chills run up my arms. "Just a few minutes longer, sweets," my father's voice says. My lips tremble, and I put my hand over my mouth to stifle the sob in my throat. I glance over to Manny. He's got his back to me now. I lower the volume on the computer just to be safe. "We have 3 fists," a young voice says. Nathan's. I'd recognize him anywhere. More chills and more tears. They're dripping off my chin now. "We've got enough fists for a dinner for sure," Nathan says. Dad laughs. "I think you're right. Let's head home." Then the screen goes blank. My hand shoots toward the black screen, wishing the moment wouldn't stop. But there's nothing more. I bury my face in my hands and sob. Dad. Nathan. My family. A much happier time, that's for sure. I long for that happiness again. Days when I thought we'd be together forever, and Dad would be waiting on the front porch cleaning a shotgun after my first date, or walking me down the aisle. Or when I thought Mom would cheer me on at my games and performances, or we'd talk until the middle of the night about boys. I miss hiding in Nathan's closet for hours until he walked in, and I could jump out and make him scream like a little girl. Or hiding glow-in-the-dark maggots in his room, and he thought it was possessed by mutant bugs when he turned off his light to go to bed. I miss my family. I miss him. A hand lightly rubs up and down my back. "¿Qué pasa?" I miss my family. That's what's wrong, I say, bursting into more tears. Manny tugs me into a hug, and I wrap my arms around his waist, holding on for dear life, sobbing into his bare shoulder. Manny grunts in pain but clucks with his tongue. "It's okay, mi Florecita. We'll find him and you'll be a family again." He smooths his hand down my hair and says into my ear, "If anyone can find your brother, it'll be you." Promise? Scout's honor. I look up at him, and he wipes at my tears with his thumb. "Bueno?" I nod. "Good. I thought I was going to have to rip someone's throat out for making you cry." I flash him a lopsided grin. Manny glances at the computer. "Did you find anything out?" "Yeah. We've got to buy more camping gear. We're going to Montana."
Chapter 23. Family Reunion. Nathan. Drew wasn't kidding about the speed. He knocked hours off our drive time. Somewhere during the night, the blur of the shadowed trees and black sky, I fade off to sleep. When I wake, the sun is cresting over the evergreen trees in a brilliant fashion. I look over to Drew, and he looks like he should have toothpicks propping his eyes open. But the speedometer is in triple digits. He slows, but only a little, when he notices I'm awake. "Where are we?" I ask. "We're almost to Kalispell." "Dude," I say, "we don't have to go the whole way in one night. Who knows how long that clue has been sitting there waiting for us? A few more hours won't hurt." He stifles a yawn. "Just a few more miles. I think Kalispell is big enough to purchase our camping gear. We'll get the stuff after we rest, then finish the trip while it's still light out." Drew slows to take an exit, then pulls into the nearest hotel, parking off to the side of the building. "Wait here, I'll get us a room." He gets out of the car and trots into the hotel. A few minutes later, he's driving us to the back of the building. We're on the first floor for easy access if necessary. We bring everything from the car inside and inventory it. How long do you think we should plan on spending in the Bob Marshall? Drew asks. Probably 2 days, but I'm hoping it's just a day trip. If nothing else, we can catch some fish and eat them on site if we're stuck searching much longer. Drew writes a list of food and supplies, and I add a few items. I log onto my laptop to find the nearest sporting goods store, and we jump back into his car. Drew slows to a crawl in the parking lot and points at 2 people entering the store, shaking his finger. Is that Aleasha? That looks like Aleasha, do you think? It could be. It's hard to tell from here. Drew presses his lips together. Maybe I should investigate. You can stay out here. No. What happens if those guys show up again? I won't have a chance against all of them. Our best bet is if we stick together. You and Aleasha need to stay apart. No. We need to stay together. Isn't that what this is all about? We're stronger if we're together. Let us use that strength to our advantage. You saw us in Seattle. We work well together. All 4 of us. Together. But what if Simon catches you both? We won't get caught. But I slice my hand through the air. We won't get caught. I pull on the handle and open the car door. Drew lurches at me. No! I deftly dodge his attempt and slam the door behind me. He races to stand in front of me, stopping me in my tracks. Nathan, don't make me force you back into the car. I raise an eyebrow. Really? You think you can force me to do anything? That would be brilliant. Let's scuffle right here in the parking lot, in front of everyone. Bonus points if we make a big scene. If we're really lucky, maybe the cops will come. That won't garner anyone's attention, least of all Simon's. I shoulder by him. I'm going to find my sister. Drew huffs and then falls into step behind me. This is a bad idea. No. Lying to Aleasha was a bad idea. Joining forces with her is a good idea. I shake my head. Don't you get it? You kept her from her family. Her only family. How would you feel if your parents were alive all this time, but everyone lied to you about it? What would you do for a second chance with your family? Drew stops, but I keep walking. I'm a man on a mission now. A mission to grab my second chance and hold on tight for dear life. The automatic sliding glass doors open and I scan the store. I don't see her, so I charge down the aisles, scanning each as I pass by. I stutter to a stop when I see a girl with her back to me. There's no mistaking that body. Few girls have traps like hers, and even fewer stand nearly 6 feet tall. I walk toward the girl. Aleasha? She whirls around. Nathan! Aleasha runs toward me and engulfs me in a rib-crushing hug, then pulls away, giving me a once-over. They didn't hurt you, did they? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Anything broken? Do I need to kill anyone? She narrows her eyes over my shoulder. Because I'd be happy to rip people apart if I need to. I turn and find Drew a few steps behind me, rubbing the back of his neck. Aleasha's guy friend steps up behind her and puts a hand on her lower back. If he were a dog, I swear he'd have had his hackles up in full attack mode. How did you find us? The guy asks. It was purely by accident, Drew says. We were pulling into the parking lot at the same time you entered the store. Why are you here? Aleasha asks. I got a coordinate from Dad that said to go to Bob Marshall. We're picking up supplies. Why are you here? I ask. I got a picture of our vacation when you were 5. I'm heading there too, Aleasha says. She cocks her head. Wait, Dad gave you the coordinates? I'm positive it's his handwriting, I say, pulling the riddle out of my pocket. See? She unfolds the paper, and her face pales. She grabs my arm in a death grip. Holy crap, that's Dad's handwriting. Why don't we go together? I ask, extracting myself from her grasp and draping an arm over her shoulder. I could terrorize you with bugs and toxic farts. We could have burping contests. I can win for once. It would be fun. I don't think, Drew says. I glare at him. Maybe we can combine gear, Aleasha's guy friend says. He holds out his hand. My name's Manny, by the way. Do you have a list? Drew shows him our list, and the two of them discuss the supplies, then begin walking down another aisle. Aleasha and I follow a few steps behind. Holy smokes, Aleasha says, scrunching her eyes up at me. I think you've grown 6 inches. 7, actually. I had to buy new clothes nearly every month. Grandpa said I was going to send him into the poorhouse. Grandpa? Yeah. I tell her how the agency lied about Charlie's identity and had me live with him. Aleasha's face turns cherry red, and she shakes her head. Why would Dad think this is okay? I don't know. Maybe he didn't want us to end up like Drew. Her face softens, and she's silent. Who did you live with? I ask. Aunt Patty, she says, rolling her eyes. Who is Aunt Patty? I thought Mom and Dad didn't have siblings. Aleasha makes a face. They didn't. But the agency did the same thing to me as they did to you. And, big shocker, I didn't find out they planted her until after Simon killed her. Sound familiar? Anger and frustration engulf me in a flash. Why couldn't we just stay together? We're a family. We're stronger this way. I don't know, Aleasha says, shaking her head. But we're together now. Nothing will keep us apart again. My throat tightens as I remember the last year without Aleasha. I'm glad you're here. Me too. The first several months sucked. I swear I nearly went crazy from it all. It was all so... Aleasha wipes at her eyes, and I bump my shoulder into hers. Yeah, I know. But when you find yourself in hell, the only thing you can do is just keep moving forward. I bump her again. Aleasha turns and gives me a bear hug. I missed you, and if you ever die again, I'll kill you. Ditto. Manny clears his throat and we turn to look at him. I think we have everything we need. Aleasha nods. Good. I'll go pay for it. Drew holds up his hand. No, I've got it. Her jaw clenches, and she shakes her head. I'm not taking a penny from you, Drew. You want to come along? Fine. But don't, for 1 second, think you're going to be welcomed with open arms. Drew rocks back on his heels and blinks several times. Aleasha yanks the shopping cart from his hands, and Manny follows her to the front where the cash registers are located. I put a hand on Drew's shoulder and tilt my head toward the front. Come on, we can wait for them by the door. Do you hate me too? Drew says, knitting his brows together. I don't hate you exactly. I know Dad asked you to watch over me, and I'm sure there's a reason we are supposed to be separated, but I don't know what it is or why. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I guess, all things considered, that's the best I can ask for right now, Drew says. Just know that I'm not leaving you guys, no matter what happens or how much she hates me. Fair enough, I say, as we walk to the front door. A few minutes later, Aleasha and Manny arrive with a cart filled, and then some, with supplies. Where are you staying? Drew asks. Nowhere yet, but I've got a friend, Manny says. We can stay with him. Drew shakes his head. We're together now. Why don't you stay with us instead? Won't both our cars in the same parking lot be a beacon for the bad guy? Aleasha asks. I was planning on ditching my car and commandeering a new one anyway, Drew says. I can do it as soon as you get settled. I've got one better, Manny says.
Chapter 24. A Helping Hand. After stowing their gear at the hotel, Manny takes everyone to a neighborhood that looks like each house was cut from the same cookie cutter. The box-shaped homes are in varying shades of white, blue, and gray, with an occasional pop of yellow thrown into the mix. Row after row of dry, brittle grass frames the driveways with skateboards, bicycles, and basketball hoops littered sporadically throughout the neighborhood. Manny stops at a light blue house with a rusty 1957 Chevy truck resting on 4 stumps in the front yard, a half-assembled Monte Carlo in the driveway, and a pair of grease-smeared pants poking out from under the hood. Another person appears in the doorway when our car pulls to a stop in front of the house. The man, mid-40s, has tan, leathery skin, as if he's been out in the sun for a couple of decades too long. He stands in the doorway, buttons his bowling shirt, and covers his potbelly, leaving an ample view of salt and pepper hair sprouting on his chest. He slicks his black collar-length hair back with his hands, then wipes them on his butt before stepping onto the cement steps. Manny opens his truck door and waves. "Hey, Jorge! Long time no see!" "Manny, my man," the burly fellow hollers. "It's been a long time, son. How's my favorite nephew?" "Good. Living the dream," Manny says with a smile. "Apparently. Geez, boy, you've gained 20 pounds of muscle since I saw you last. What have you been eating? Small children?" Manny laughs. "Only on Tuesdays. I'm trying to cut down." The greased butt leaning over the Monte Carlo stands, and it's a girl wearing overalls and a wife-beater tank top. She has her black hair separated into 2 braids and a baseball cap on backward. The girl pulls a rag out of her back pocket and wipes her grease-covered hands. "Mondo, how have you been?" Manny grins. "What's up, Gabby? You get that thing up and running yet?" "Nah. Soon, though. Then you'll have to come down and help me put paint on it. I'm thinking orange with a racing stripe on the hood." "How about hot pink with purple flames coming out the back?" Gabby pretends to vomit, and Manny chuckles. "I'll take that as a no." "Is that Manny I hear?" A woman's voice calls from the house, and soon an older woman with generous curves and her black hair pulled into a bun pushes Jorge out of the way to get outside. "Manny! Oh, mijo! I've missed having you around. Come here and give me a kiss." Manny walks to the woman and hugs her while she gets onto her tiptoes and kisses him on the top of his head. "Hello, Aunt Maria," he says. Maria looks up from hugging Manny and glances at the rest of his group, her deep brown eyes seeming to take in every detail of us. "Who are these?" Manny turns, his hand still around Maria's waist. "These are my friends Drew, Aleasha, and Nathan. Guys, this is my Aunt Maria, Uncle Jorge, and my cousin, Gabby." Drew walks to each of them and shakes their hands. Aleasha and Nathan wave from their spots near the cars. "Come," Maria says, motioning with her arm as she tugs Manny inside the house. "Let me feed you, and you can tell us why you're here. Did you get in an accident on the way? All of you are bruised and battered." They walk through a cozy living room painted in bright orange, with a picture of Virgin Mary placed prominently over a piano, and into a kitchen with a vintage formica-topped table and several wooden chairs. Through the window on the far wall, several small children play in the backyard, laughing and screaming, while one of the older kids chases them with a hose. "Please sit," Maria says, pointing to the chairs. "Let me get you a drink." She turns to the refrigerator and pulls out a pitcher filled with lemonade and lemons floating in the juice, then places it in the middle of the table. She pulls several cups from a cupboard and says, "So what brings you to Kalispell?" "We're going camping in the Bob Marshall," Manny says as he pours the juice into the cups and passes them around to everyone at the table. "Where in the Bob Marshall?" Jorge asks, then sips his juice. "Over by Hungry Horse Dam. Aleasha and Nathan say there's some crazy fishing spot with tons of fish, and you can see all the way to the bottom, the water's so clear." Frank nods. "There are lots of spots like that." "I was hoping we could borrow one of your trucks for the trip. Drew's Audi can't make it, and our truck is too small for all of us." "Which truck were you thinking?" Jorge asks. "Surprise me." Jorge chuckles. "If I recall, that's not hard to do." "Hey," Manny says, elbowing him. "I'm not 6 anymore, and that was a really mean-looking ladybug." Jorge's eyes crinkle when he grins. "Whatever you have to tell yourself to sleep at night." He pushes away from the table. "Come on, I'll show you the cars and you can choose." Maria steps between Drew and Aleasha, placing a pan full of steaming hot tamales on the table. "You're in luck. They were already in the oven." She turns to Jorge. "You two choose a car, and I'll feed the kids. Shoo!" Maria waves Manny and Jorge away, and then turns to the cupboard, opening a door to grab some plates. "Oh, you don't need to feed us," Aleasha says. "We don't mean to intrude." "It's no intrusion," Maria says. "Food is what we do, and there's always more than enough to go around. Eat. I make the best tamales in town." Maria scoops tamales onto 3 plates and hands them to each of us. Alicia's eyes bulge when she takes her first bite. These are amazing." Maria beams. "See? Best in town." Then she places bowls of beans and rice on the table, too. "Eat. This may be the last thing you eat until you catch your fish." When Manny comes back with Jorge in tow, Jorge is no longer smiling. Instead, his eyebrows are drawn together, and his lips are pressed into a thin line. Manny passes Maria, planting a quick kiss on her cheek. "Smells delicious, Aunt Maria." He grabs a plate, sits down next to us, and piles on the food. Jorge clears his throat. "I decided the truck may be the best fit for your trip today. Don't let its age fool you. I've rebuilt the engine with a few enhancements, and it'll get you wherever you need to be and help you do whatever you need to do. Manny will clue you in once you're on your way." He and Manny exchange a look before he leaves the room. Aleasha leans over to Manny. "What did he mean by that?" Manny glances at Maria and mumbles, "I'll tell you once we're on our way." Chapter 25, All or Nothing. Maria doesn't let her guests leave until they're stuffed to the gills
Katie
from her
Allred
food.
comes from a long line
When
of
they go
book lovers.
outside, a black
The
Chevy
7th of 10
Silverado
kids.
crew cab
It
is
was not
waiting for
unusual
them.
for several children to
"Shotgun!"
be reading into the wee
Aleasha
hours
yells,
of the night during
and hurries
school
to the
months,
passenger side,
or to have her parents
Drew
listening
looks
to
at
books
Nathan.
on tape before
I
bed.
guess that puts us in the back. Some of Susan's
As they pull
fondest
out of the
memories
driveway,
include
Jorge
rearranging
wraps
books
his
in her
arm
parents'
around
book cabinet
Maria's
as
shoulder
a child
and
and
waves at
scouring
them.
her family's
He says to
hardbound
Manny,
encyclopedia set.
"Call me when you
for
get there.
interesting facts
Let
about
me know you're
everything
safe."
from A to Z." Manny nods. Susan lives in
Thanks
Washington
again.
with her husband,
I owe you one.
children, and a cat
Jorge
dubbed
holds up
Satan.
his hand and jingles the
She
keys
prefers
to the truck
binge
Aleasha
reading
had
over
borrowed
binge
from
watching.
Eddie.
Enjoys the outdoors.
"I'll hold on to this
and
beauty
loves
for
a good
safekeeping.
laugh.
You'd better
Susan
bring my
also
girl
writes
home in
under several
pristine
other
condition,
pen names, including
or I'll be taking yours
Susan
as payment."
Katie Allred. Manny and
Mysteries,
Aleasha exchange a
thrillers,
look, and Manny
suspense.
says,
"Yes,
"Bryn
sir."
Lee, sweet romances."
They drive in silence back to the
Katie
hotel
Allred,
and gather their
nonfiction.
stuff. Then bring it down to the truck
Allie
and
Riggs,
reload everything
urban
so that
fantasy
it fits.
and speculative fiction.
When Nathan, Aleasha,
Jana Mason,
Drew, and
sweet,
Manny
clean
are back
reverse
inside the
harem
truck,
and serial
Manny
novels.
turns and stares down Drew.
"Before I move one more inch, I want to make sure everyone knows exactly what they've signed up for and give you a chance to back out now." When nobody says anything, Manny continues, "The way I see it, we have 2 objectives. 1, we're following the clues this mystery person is giving us, and we'll follow it through to the end. I don't know if that person is Simon or some other person, but we need to be prepared for everything and everyone. Agreed?" Everyone in the truck nods and murmurs in agreement. "Second," Manny says, "we need to catch Simon and get out from underneath this stranglehold he has on all of us. He's hunting us like animals and he's closing in fast. We should be working together to figure out how to stop him, kill him if we have to, but definitely stop him from wreaking more havoc on our lives. If we don't, one of us will be his next victim." "Too many people have died already," Aleasha says, nodding. Manny's right. We know he's after us. We're 100% certain he's going to intercept us again. It's time to make a stand. If you're not prepared to take a stand, get out of the truck now." She inclines her head toward Nathan. "I'm not going to make you come. In fact, I'd prefer you didn't. But you're nearly 16, and you get to make your own decisions now." Nathan presses his hands together and stares at the truck floor. "I'm all in. If I can make sure the guy who killed our parents can't kill anyone else, I'm going to do what it takes to make it happen." All eyes turn to Drew. His jaw pulses, and he takes a measured breath. "I don't like what we're doing or how. I promised Keith I'd do what it takes to keep you guys safe. If that means going on this trip and going into battle against Simon's entire army of assassins, I'll do it. I'll never walk away from you guys." "That settles it," Manny says, turning back around and starting up the truck. "Buckle your seatbelts and put your trays in their upright positions. We're about to go for one hell of a ride." To learn more about Susan Katie Allred and other books she's written, sign up for her mailing list at https://landing.mailerlite.com, web forms, landing G3E9X1. Continue to read the final installment of the Unleashed series, Hard to Kill, Book 5. Chapter 1. Truce. Aleasha. As we sit in the black Chevy Silverado truck that Manny's uncle loaned us, Manny glares at our group through the rearview mirror. His deep brown eyes stare at each person for a long moment before moving to the next. First Drew, then Nathan, and over to me, who is in the passenger seat next to him. I peek at the guys, too. Nathan's changed in the year since the car accident our parents died in, and the agency separated us. They'd told each sibling the other was also dead. I swear Nathan's grown a foot while we were separated, and his blonde hair has darkened a couple of shades. Drew has changed in the months he spent with Nathan. Now Drew's polished pretty boy look has morphed into a rugged bad boy persona, with a couple of scars on his face and a haunted look in his eyes. What do I look like to them? I still have long brown hair and the same athletic build. I guess I've acquired a few new scars, too. Do my brown eyes look haunted when they look at me, too? When none of us says anything, Manny nods. Okay, then. It's a truce. There is a lot at stake right now. We need to work together, not tear each other apart. He puts the truck into gear and backs out of his uncle's driveway. I've got to stop for some gas before we leave Kalispell. The drive should be less than a couple of hours. We can get some snacks on the way out of town, and maybe some food to get us through the next 24 hours while we're hiking the Bob Marshall. As he drives, Manny rubs the spot where I fixed his wounds. I chew on my lip and stare at his hand. How are you doing? He gives me a sidelong glance, then looks at the guys behind us. I'll be fine. Are you sure? I ask, touching his arm. Yeah, I had my uncle look at it before I left. He gave me some stuff to put on it later. I might need your help with that when it's time. I can do that. Thanks. He offers a relieved smile, then glances back at the guys again before turning into the gas station, pulling into a spot toward the end of the pumps. I dig through the duffel bag at my feet and pull out several $20 bills, handing them back to Drew. Can you go in and pay? Manny's still injured, so I'll pump the gas. Do you want anything from the convenience store? Drew asks me. Water, please, I say. Get whatever you think we'll need for this trip. And can you get Nathan some snacks too? If I know him, he'll be hungry 5 minutes after we leave town. I can help pay, Drew says. I can take care of it. Drew shakes his head. But... I cut my hand through the air. No buts, my brother, my responsibility. Nathan raises his hand. If it's that important, you can both buy me something. I'll make the sacrifice and accept twice the love. I roll my eyes and Drew snickers, tugging Nathan's arm. Come on. I watch Drew and Nathan walk to the gas station. Manny pulls his baseball cap over his face and leans back in his seat, while I climb out of the truck and wait for the attendant to turn the gas on. Drew has a limp. That's new. It's not big, but it's enough that I notice. Nathan's nearly as tall as Drew now. That makes him more than 6 feet. Sheesh. How did my 15-year-old brother get so grown up looking? Manny is definitely the bigger of the 3 guys. His months of working out and training have turned him into a Greek god with a Latin twist. Manny's tan skin, dark wavy hair, and Mexican accent take it to a whole new level. The covered fuel pumps smell of gas and exhaust. It's cool in the shade compared to the sun pounding on us as we drive. I close my eyes and take a breath, relaxing for a moment. This will probably be the last time I'll rest, until all of this is over. However long that will take. Hopefully not so long that I can't graduate this year. Aleasha Summers? Is that you? A jolt of recognition shoots through me and I whirl around, looking for the owner of that voice. Ben, the paramedic from the hospital, stands at another pump, fueling a black Jeep with roll bars. He's got his hands shoved into his jeans and a white t-shirt under a button-down shirt. His blonde hair ruffles in the breeze. When he smiles, his eyes crinkle. My stomach flutters with excitement. Ben? He breaks into a grin and waves. What are the odds? I was thinking the same thing. What are you doing here? Ben points to the passenger in his Jeep. I was taking Aunt Betty to see her grandkids at Lake Blaine. He gestures to me and the truck. Kalispell, Montana is a long way away from Walla Walla, Washington. Why are you here? I glance inside Ben's Jeep, and Betty, the nurse who took care of me at the hospital, waves at me, a grin on her wrinkled face. I was, think, Aleasha. Think. I fiddle with the gas pump to give myself some time and glance at the convenience store to make sure the guys aren't coming out. I'm going camping with some friends. Ben walks over to my truck and stands next to me, a little closer than I expected. Normally, I'd be pushing the offender away, but Ben smiles down at me, and his face makes me warm inside. Is that why you missed our ice cream date yesterday? He asks. Oh, crap! The flutter in my stomach dies and sinks to my toes. I'm so sorry about that. This came up at the last second. And you thought it couldn't wait a couple of hours? Ben raises his brows, leaning in even closer. I close my eyes and drop my head. It's not that. I haven't seen my brother in over a year, and he just showed up and... I look up at Ben, into his gentle eyes, and he shakes his head, an easy smile forming on his lips. It's all right. Really. I wanted to get to know you, but there were no strings attached. He holds out his hand. Give me your phone. I fish my phone out of my back pocket and hand it to him. He types in his number. Now you can get a hold of me anytime. He flashes a 1,000-watt smile. It makes me want to melt into the ground because he's being so stinking gracious about me bailing on him. Call me if you want, when you get back to town. Ben hands me back my phone. Deal? I honestly didn't mean to stand you up. I'm just glad you're not in another barn somewhere dying. I'll take camping with your brother over death any day. Ben grins again, then waves and returns to the Jeep, where Betty is leaning over the steering wheel, watching us like a hawk. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she was trying to read lips. Who was that? Manny says from the cab, making me jump. He's got his hand on the bill of his hat where he shoved it off his face, and his brows are knitted together, a frown on his face. The gas pump clicks off and I pull it from the tank. That was the paramedic who restarted my heart when you saved me from drowning, I say, concentrating on not dropping the gas cap. Hopefully I'm not blushing as much as I think I am. He gave you his number? Drew asks, walking up to the truck with Nathan right behind him. I glance over at Drew. He has an eyebrow raised, as if he doesn't believe me. The way he cocks his head and holds himself denotes jealousy, too. Something inside me bristles and I grind my teeth. What is it to you, Drew? We're not an item anymore, remember? I can talk to whomever I want. I whirl on my heel and stomp back to my side of the truck, where I get in and slam the door, glaring out the windshield. Drew climbs into the back seat and hands me a bottled water and a snack. Thanks, I mumble. Darn him for taking the high road. We pull out of the gas station, and I notice Ben and Betty watching our car leave. I force a smile and wave at them as our car passes theirs. I really hope Betty's overactive imagination doesn't get the best of her. I don't need her to convince Ben to follow us to make sure I'm safe, especially with Simon who knows where. I'd hate for Betty and Ben to get mixed up in the crazy crap I'm dealing with right now.